but great guy. He was an SRO as well. He talks really highly of the board and Ron, so I know there's that great partnership that's been on for many, many years, and so we're in a good spot. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to open up for questions, and I think that we're in a great position here. Right now, just real quick, we have no SROs in the building since we're in remote learning. All the officers were reassigned to patrol. The reasoning for that is that the law enforcement agencies out there are very shorthanded, and they don't like having a full-time FTE sitting in a building when there's, obviously call 911 calls that are out there that they need to be responded to. So they have reassured me that once we go back into brick and mortar, then those officers will be reassigned to us immediately.
Are we paying for those hours right now?
No, sir. I'm glad I was going to touch on that as well. Last year I requested and we received quite substantial discount since the officers were out of building from March till June, so that we paid a third of what we usually do. And right now we're not getting charged anything for no services. So we're being great stewards of taxpayer dollars, and we're not paying any kind of money.
Now, will they come back when we have secondary in place? Because I know that we don't typically have them on site at the elementaries.
Yes, ma'am. They'll come back when we move into secondary. I've touched base with all the local municipalities. They're still roving around our buildings. We do have our own district security officers at local high schools. So in all 4 high schools, they're in there now, and they have been since day one.
So when they do come back, will it be the same officers that were SROs before COVID, or will there be a new selection process?
That's a great question. City of Sammamish, Deputy Griert, he'll be coming back. He's a great guy. He's on board. He's done his training. I've asked for certifications of that, and they've supplied that for me. Unincorporated Deputy Hale, she won't be coming back. She did a 2-year commitment and has decided to go into Metro Division, so that's open for a new selection, and we'll be able to implement that new selection process for unincorporated and all the South End schools SRO. And then the city of Issaquah has guaranteed us that Officer Linder will come back as the officer there at the school for Andrea and her crew. He's a great guy. Worked with his dad for many years, and he's really committed to the program and really trying to connect with the students and staff.
So, I guess I maybe don't understand some of the basics here. So the SROs are employed by the presiding law enforcement agency where the school is based. So it's King County, in some places it's Sammamish or Issaquah.
Yes, ma'am. We actually have 4 municipalities or 4 jurisdictions that that our schools are in, from Bellevue, unincorporated county, City of Sammamish, and City of Issaquah. Well, we don't contract with Bellevue, and that has 2 of our schools, Sunset and Cougar Ridge. But we have the SROs from Liberty High School cover those. So when I was the SRO, I would cover those schools as well. So City of Sammamish, which is the contract city with the county sheriff's office, all their officers are deputies, but they are assigned to the city limits. So that's why they have the personalized patches that say City of Sammamish. But if their badges, we look at their badges, they're King County Sheriff badges. City of Issaquah, obviously they're an incorporated city. They have their own police department. And Liberty, which is unincorporated King County, will have a deputy sheriff. And that will cover all the unincorporated schools, including Pacific Cascade, which is unincorporated, and Endeavor way out there in East King County.
And when, I have so many questions on this topic. And
That's okay.
Just to clarify, and then the school district pays for the officers. Okay, because you kind of asked about that. So, right, they are official officers from those the sheriff's office or from the city of Issaquah, but then the school district shares in the cost of that officer.
Yes. Yeah.
And is being an SRO their full-time role?
Yes, it is. Once they're assigned to as SRO, then during the school year, for the 10 months that we have children in our buildings, they are assigned to that area, and it's in there. We have a contractual agreement, and like Board Director Moore mentioned, we pay a stipend for that. So for King County, the district takes the whole payment on that because there's no subsidy from city because they're unincorporated. Now, city of Issaquah and the city of Sammamish, their city council shares that cost and defrays some of that, if you will, with the county. So they're only paying an X amount of dollars towards the total cost of the officer. But yeah, they're assigned to us. And what we get out of that is if anything happens, their agency will indemnify them and cover them in any kind of legal challenge or whatever.
And then the last basic question is, and then you said we have some sort of security officer that is the school district's? Or is that just now that the buildings are closed?
Yes, ma'am. We have 4 security officers that we hire that are district employees, and there's one at every high school. And so now that their buildings are closed, I'm having those officers get out and go to the other nearby schools, like the elementary schools, the middle schools, and touch base with the principals, walk around the building, see if there's any breaches in security or if they need any help with issues with safety and security. And then kind of reach out, get out of their little area and let everybody else know that they're there and they're close if they're needed.
Thanks.
And I'm going to clarify for them, because although we call them security officers, they're not like police officers. They're just our employees, and they're called security officers.
Right. They're not armed. They're not commissioned.
Yeah.
The SROs are armed?
Yes, ma'am. They're fully commissioned law enforcement.
Okay. And then the security officers are people like assigned to our security function, but not armed law enforcement agents.
Right. We hire them. We go through the selection process. We hire them and we put on training specifically designed for best practices with security officers in adjoining districts to make sure that they have what they need, the tools to do their jobs and do it safely.
Okay.
And they do a lot of neat stuff. They have pizza with the police officer or pizza with the security officers, and they really interact with the kids really, really well. They're very well received. It's just a great partnership with our kids.
Suzanne, you have some questions too?
Well, my question is really more for Ron, and I may be jumping ahead if people have more questions about the mechanics of this, but what I'm wondering is, have we talked to our students, and I'm thinking specifically of our students of color, about how they respond to having an SRO in the building? Do we think there's an issue around that? Have we taken any steps to educate students about what the SROs do and don't do? Where are we in terms of understanding how they feel, them understanding what the SRO's role is, all of that?
Yeah, Suzanne, the quick answer is yes. Those conversations have happened. Having said that, though, really this whole issue has gotten a lot of energy since the George Floyd murders back in the spring, and we haven't been in session during that time. So I don't know if there's been ongoing virtual conversations about this, but I know that Elena and some of our building admin had taken some of that input from students, particularly students of color. I'm aware of a conversation specifically at Issaquah High School on this area. And that is one of the goals of one of the things we want to do is we want to engage more in those conversations and really get a sense if that is a pervasive feeling among the students of color in our high schools or not, or middle schools for that matter as well. So, ideally, we would like to facilitate more of those conversations. Our officers sit on the district equity committee. And I had a conversation way back in the summer with Chief Beerbaum, and he's very open to that and would like to involve the students, the SROs, our leadership, and have those conversations about how does it make you feel? What if it's making you feel uncomfortable? What is it that we could change in the program that may address some of those concerns that the students are sharing with us? I haven't heard them, and I've met with the equity group from Issaquah High. They'd asked me for a meeting, and it's probably been about 6 weeks ago now that I had that meeting. And interestingly enough, the issue didn't even come up with our students. I may have actually brought it up, but that was really not at the time what they wanted to talk to me about. So that doesn't mean it's not an important issue to them. It just they had other pressing issues at the time.
Yeah,
But
because
again,
to be clear, my response to the program is favorable, but I don't want to just, oh, I'm a white woman and I think this is a good idea. I want to be sensitive to students' concerns, but at the same time, I don't want a knee-jerk reaction, oh, we shouldn't have SROs, when maybe the response is, do we need more education? Do we need more interaction? Do we need more training, either on the SRO side or on the student side, to come to some kind of comfort level for everyone? So I'm looking more at the communication avenue, but
I would share that opinion with you, Director Weaver. That's the same place I'm at. I think they can play a very valuable function in our system, but I think it's also appropriate to relook at the program and make adjustments that align it with 2020. So that's kind of the same place I'm at.
Yeah, and I don't want to be doing something that is making students of color uncomfortable just because it didn't occur to me, right?
So I have Harlan and then Sydney.
Dave, can you give us the landscape of King County? I mean, the King County contracts mostly for all of the SROs in the county outside of Seattle. Like, I know what the Seattle School Board did, but I don't know what the rest of our King County school districts approach has been. And the second part would be, has there been any instance of, in your, because you have such a long history of King County and knowing this, of any SRO being accused of any sort of profiling or harassment cases by students? I think that would also be helpful for us to know, be like, hey, in a response, so this is all the things that they do, and we haven't even seen any instances of XYZ in our county, you know, because I think just because some officers have made some poor choices in other places, or even in the city of Seattle, that doesn't necessarily have to reflect on SROs. And I think to make that blanket association is unfair. So having the data to respond to would be really helpful.
Thank you for the question, Director Gellinger. In King County, they go through a selection process, and I was fortunate enough to be, you know, with my tenure on, I kind of oversaw the whole SRO program with the hiring of new deputies. We, in King County, we contracted with 15 municipalities from Shoreline to the Muckleshoot. So obviously we have an SRO down there with the indigenous population down at the Muckleshoot tribe, and there's never been an issue down there that I've heard of. The SROs are hand selected, which I prefer them being selected rather than being assigned to the job, because you're going to get more of a buy-in. And with the 15, when I went down to Liberty, it was a 2-year commitment. I fell in love with the kids, the community, and everything. So it made it 15 years. And so it can be such a great program that is off the charts. I mean, not to get off topic, but I mean, the community down there at Liberty and I had such a great community, you know, connection that to this day they have what they call a Dave Montalvo Patriot Spirit Award that they give to 2 seniors when they graduate. And that was done by the Booster Club. So, and that's ongoing forever. When I heard about that, it's just like, I know former Marines and cops aren't supposed to tear up, but I had, you know, I couldn't hold that back, because that's what it's all about, is the connection you're making with the kids. And when you get a standing ovation when they found out that I was leaving from liberty to come to the district office, all the kids down there on graduation practice stood up. So I had to turn the other cheek so they didn't see me with extra water in my eyes, if you will. So, but no, we go through a very tight selection process to make sure that they look for discrimination. They look at their backgrounds. They look at their discipline records. And if there's any kind of negativity or any spot that would question our, selection process, then they're just put back. We don't need you. Thank you very much for applying. Now the city of Issaquah, I don't have any control over that, but the chief and the command staff has promised me that they go through a whole big selection criteria as well to ensure that only the best candidates get in there. And right now we're trying to get an officer in there, Johnny Alexander, great guy, African-American. He really wants to be in there. He wants to get involved with the soccer. I've talked to him several times. He's worked a couple football games down there with me. Amazing officer. I think he'd just be a great fit. So once we get closer to that, I hope that he continues what he's saying and applies, because he'd be my first pick. Just a squared away officer.
Thank you. And then the first part of my question was, has there been any school districts in King County outside of Seattle that have defunded their SRO programs?
No, not at all. They've back a little bit, like their security, like Auburn School District had 2 limited commission people. They didn't fill those spots. They went with full commission because they were kind of grandfathered in. Other than that, I think the ones just Seattle, Edmonds, and I believe Everett are looking to cut their positions.
Thank you.
But we also contract with Woodinville, so I mean we're all over the place for SROs. And I know that Snoqualmie Valley is looking to they're inquiring about an SRO for their district as well from the sheriff's office.
Sydney, you had a question.
Yes. So I've been looking at the district safety site. So I don't know if there's someplace else I'm supposed to look. You just point me in the right direction. But what I'm not finding is what is just the description of the officer's role? What's their role in the school? Because I think when kind of back to what Suzanne was saying about the communication or discomfort, engaging what that is, for me, that goes to, well, what is our stated reason for having the SRO? And then how do we know if we're on or off that plan? So I guess if there's someplace else I should look, just tell me. But like, what is the stated reason for the SRO?
You're absolutely right, Director. We don't have anything specifically in our website that says what their roles are. Those are in our memos of agreement and interlocal agreements of what they do. It's all contractually written out that they will have, obviously positive interaction with students and staff, on-site security and immediate response to emergencies, deterrent to potential threats or trespassers. And what we always push out there is that the student's not going to learn unless they feel they're safe. And so that's one of the biggest things that we want to, provide is obviously safety and security for our students and staff. So I put that out there, and they kind of, when they have their police or pizza with a police officer, or they have their PTSA meetings that they go to, those questions come up, and we ask them and we answer them saying, these are why we're here. We're there to enhance problem solving capabilities and decrease crime. Mentorships, that's huge in my book. We want to provide educational instruction on a variety of topics. Work as a member of the admin team in partnership to solve, issues in crime. So we can put that on our website. I'd be more than happy to draft something up, give it to the superintendent. You guys can overlook it and see if you like it, and we'll put it out there.
Yeah, I think for me, that's a really important first step, because everybody's just got a different understanding. I happen to have an incredibly heavily populated police, sheriff, law enforcement family, and I will tell you, anyone who's armed still makes me nervous. So I think clarity on what is the reason why we have security. And I was looking through some of the things, like I love the access security and some of those things, but I think for me, if we could get a lot more crisp on why we believe this is an important part of our community, an important investment. And then I'd love to talk a little bit about, and how do we know we're meeting that expectation? Kind of back to what Harlan was saying about, are people having complaints? Are people having successes? Like, to tie those two together for me would be really, I think, really important.
I agree. I think that'd be great to get some feedback, because I don't really receive negative feedback. I go out to the buildings several times a week. I interact with the kids as well. I don't hear anything that says anything negative. They're not coming up to me. And the security officers, I ask them, I go, how's the relationships going with them or and the commissioned officers, to make sure that they're getting along as a team. And for the most part, I hear all positive things, but I'll definitely get that up and work it up for you.
Okay, so I have a question more about, I guess it's going to be probably more specific. Oh, Anne, I'm sorry, I just now saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of add on to that. I know in the past, we've had some awesome SROs. Dave, you included, and Karen have both been SROs of the year. So kudos to you and to the ones chosen for our schools. In the past, I mean, I know you talked about this bill that now has required training for SROs. Have our SROs in the past gone through training, either because the district required it or it was just the custom of the way we did things? Because we seem to have had really good luck so far with SROs.
And can I just piggyback on her question, because you talked a little bit about the House bill, but after you answer that, can you describe in more detail the kind of training that the SROs have, like how many hours, the kind of key points? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So being a part of the Washington State School Officers Association, every year we put on a conference. And so that was the only formalized training that we would have as Washington State. And so we would bring in probably 15 to 30 different instructors, if you will. We put on a series of different topics like crisis intervention, mental health, the prosecutor's office, and they would get at least 40 to 50 hours of on-site training during that week. It's a 5-day conference that we put in different parts of the state, that way we can draw in both sides of the state, if you will, and they're not going out, too far to travel for that training. King County Sheriff's Office that I was a part of, obviously for many years, we had a kind of a twofold thing. The first thing is that you had to go to the National Association of School Resource Officers, which I think if you guys had the opportunity to read that article in the journal, Mo Kennedy, he's the president, he kind of talks a little bit about the training that they put on. We had to go through a basic 40-hour minimum to get certified as an SRO. Then we go through an advance, which is another 40 hours. And then we also do it was mandatory that SROs in King County have to do 40 hours of in-work training every year to maintain that certification as an SRO. So they would go through that, and I would make sure, because they would come with me, that they were attending those training conferences put on by the Washington State School Officers Association. The reason that we put those together is because the Criminal Justice Training Commission kind of backed away and never picked up formalized training for school security officers or SROs for many, many years. Now with this House Bill 1216, and since everything's changing, they're making all these mandates, which is going to be perfect. And in a lot of areas that I'd love to share with you that they're mandating that training comes into, if you'd like me to share those with you, kind of the different areas that you have to be checked off on.
Well, I think if I agreed with Sydney, having something that talked about the actual roles and like responsibilities, you kind of mentioned it at the beginning, to be clear about the roles and responsibilities of an SRO and have that on the website. And in addition, I think it would be very good to have on there training that is required of these officers, because I think that really helps also make clear that these aren't just officers thrown into a position of a school. They are trained in how to deal with students in a school environment and what is appropriate there. So I think that's important to share out on the website. And then the last piece being, I think we also have to think about how to get feedback on SROs from kids that may not be comfortable telling the adults like you, I mean, who are in a position of power, how they feel about it. So I don't know how we go about doing that, if it's more of an anonymous survey or some way in another mechanism to get that from students who might not feel comfortable sharing their uncomfortableness with the SROs.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. I want them to feel comfortable to where they can come in and say, hey, there's open communication, and to take some of the good with the bad. If they're, if they're saying, I don't like the way they dress, well, that's because they have to dress that way. So stuff like that.
Right. And I know you and we can have the best of intentions of wanting to get feedback, but it's sometimes the kids aren't comfortable with somebody who represents like police officers. So it's not about you so much, but it's about finding a mechanism that just works for kids.
And I think to Ann's point, it needs to be very clear what SROs are expected to do and also what they're not expected to do. These are the areas that we don't expect SROs to be involved, because a lot of people's discomfort, and I don't want to simplify this, but a lot of it may just be a communication issue. There's armed people in my school and I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. So the more information they have, that in itself may create a comfort level.
Well, and I think even to add on to it, because I'll say, I realize where our conversation is going, but you have the flip side of this, where there are people who think that we have an armed guard in our school because they're there every minute of every day to protect that school from being attacked. But that's not their job. I mean, if they were there when something happened, I would expect them to act, but they go and visit other schools. They can be in other places. It's not like they're stationed at the front door as an armed guard. That's not their job. I think that's important to make sure people understand too, that what they do and don't do.
Right. I think it's a great comment, like you mentioned. And what we did at Liberty, we kind of took it to another step. The principal and I, Dr. Almy, when he was in office there, Executive Director Donna Hood, when she was there, we all worked really tight together. We would go in, the AP classes would invite us in, myself and the principal, and that you could break down those barriers that ask you, what about search and seizure laws? What about tickets? What about, the rights that students have? And you break down those barriers and they see that, oh my gosh, he's not such a bad guy. He's just doing his job and he's here for us, but he treats I had a reputation of being firm but fair. I'd always be fair to the kids, but they know that there was a boundary, and if you crossed it, like going 60 in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, you're probably going to get a ticket. So yeah, it was just a great relationship that we had. But I think that the recommendations are great. I think I'll work on that ASAP and get that on our website, and maybe get out there and maybe during I don't know if we're going to have assemblies anymore, but they would introduce the SROs during the first couple assemblies, and that way kids know that he or she was there, and it's kind of a permanent fixture, if you will, of the school. And I went through many siblings who knew me before I even knew them. Oh, that's just Montalvo over there. So it was fun.
Yeah, Dave, I would agree with you. I think the 4 or 5 times each year that we would go into either a sophomore social studies class or AP Gov or a yearbook or any of those courses, I think over time we saw the approachability with those kids just because we gave them an opportunity to ask questions of you and whatnot. And I think that those personal contacts went a long way.
It did. I had a great time, especially with you, Dr. Almy.
Yeah, and I would say that's the exact relationship we want. And we just want to make sure we have it at all of the schools.
Absolutely.
I certainly felt strongly I had that relationship with the SRO at Skyline too, with both of them. And I was invited to help hire the second one, which was awesome as well when Officer Hall decided to leave the force. And Dave, I'm happy to support you in writing up some of that role stuff. I can think of dozens of things the SROs help us do in high schools, and be happy to run a draft by the principals with you too.
Thank you, Donna.
Now, Dave,
Also including in that all of the training that they receive would be helpful, because what you described is way more than what I thought. So I think that type of information would also help to put people's minds at rest, that these people do know what they're doing in the context of a comprehensive high school.
I think a little video introduction from Dave would also be a great thing to have there.
Wow, we have 2 Harlans.
Oh, we have 2 Harleys.
Oh, wait, you guys, he cloned himself.
Well, he can teleport, so it was only a matter of time.
He can. Hey, Dave, you know, for the city of Issaquah, it seems to me that the chief decided who got to be the SRO, that there wasn't like a committee or a group, or the school wasn't involved. So if you were talking about having students involved in that process, is that worked out with the city of Issaquah for the next SRO? Because that's just not how I kind of recall this happening in the past.
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly right, Director Warner. I'm glad you brought that up. As I went in and met with Chief Beerbaum and his 2 commanders, and they were very transparent. They wanted to, they understood the importance to that meant to us to have some say on the selection process, and they're very open to where moving forward that they would allow students to come in there, myself, the principal, the security officer, who's obviously going to be working very closely with the commissioned officer, and make that selection. So moving forward, those have been voiced and they're on board. And of course, Chief Dan Pingree from Sammamish, I've known, like I mentioned, I know him for many, many years. He's on board as well. He said, whatever it takes, whatever you guys want, you're the customer. I'm down with it, and whatever you want, we'll make happen.
Good, I'm glad to hear that.
So we have great partnerships with our law enforcement, which I'm really, really proud of.
So I think a question I had was kind of more, what are some of the scenarios in which, let's say we did not have an SRO on the campus. At what point, what would be the process if you needed one? Like what type of instances might you need to call for somebody? And then how does that work? Who would show up?
Exactly. Well, if we didn't have an SRO and we went to just with our own security, we would be open to whatever officers work patrol that day. So if our luck was right, it would be somebody we knew. But most of the times, you know, because a lot of people are working overtime, you don't know who you're going to get. And so you're going to get people that either they really don't care, they're just there to answer a call, or some people you might care and say, what can we do to, I know that, your schools are here, what can I do to help you out? But that's just one of those deals. You don't know who you're going to get. That's one of the luxuries of having a pro.
And I've had mixed experience with that. I was very fortunate a couple of times. The city of Sammamish knew when Officer Griert, for example, would be out because he would be getting additional training or testing on some skills. And I was very fortunate. They had Officer Shemensky there who had been an SRO, but had returned to regular patrol work. And they would frequently send him because he understood the function and he was incredible to work with. Loved it. We always requested him if for some reason Officer G had to be out. But he was not mine. And so I couldn't insist. And there was a couple of times where I got someone who didn't quite get it. And it was very challenging. And that's not someplace I would like my high school administrators to have to live.
So Donna, under what circumstances would you have to call?
Yeah, one of them was actually I had conducted a regular high school administrator search, and we uncovered a substance I couldn't identify, and it was incredibly important that I figure out what it was. It could have been something not cool. And thankfully, it wasn't, but it was not as bad as it could have been, but they took care of that substance for me, got the testing handled, the whole kit and caboodle. There have been times where we've had, I've been there with Dave when he had to run a defibrillator to someone. That's a situation where I was grateful not to have to call out because there was no delay in service. So that's incredibly helpful. Other situations, we've had fire, small fire, for example, where we would have called 911 anyway, but to have someone on site right away to be able to communicate what they know and don't know about the situation. There's a common, I find, connection between police and fire where they kind of speak the same language. So if they can help assess a situation so that the first responders who arrive get really tight, accurate information, it's also incredibly helpful, because I might be dealing with students or staff, and the SRO may be able to step in and say, here's everything I know about the facility. So it's a teamwork thing that's incredibly powerful. When it's working, it works. And there's just a seamlessness that I think benefits everyone. And then I'm handling external communications, for example, and working to make sure that somebody like me or Dr. Almy has the information they need to inform cabinet, the board, et cetera. And Dave or someone like him, the SRO, might be running to the correct electrical panel and just getting folks to the right places at the right time. So it's that kind of situation where you just don't want to see a delay in service.
Director Weaver, I would chime in as well. I've found a great deal of support through our SROs. I worked with Dave very closely at Maywood, but our SROs would assist in things like student drop-off on a daily basis, especially if we have situations where drivers were not being mindful of speed limits or safety precautions. Another area that I really felt was important to have an SRO that knew the school, knew the kids, and was known to the community, was with students that might be having some self-injurious type behavior or some substantial mental health concerns, where there was the SRO oftentimes would have a faster connection to maybe Child Protective Services. While we can make all those reports, when we have an SRO helping us through that, the response seemed to be much greater. And safety for kids was something that Dave and I worked on a number of occasions. And then likewise, when you run that threshold of school discipline that is also a crime in the community, that's a time frame where an SRO would be brought in. And my experience always, and this is not to discount our rank and file police officers in our community, but when there's a connection to the building, I feel like there's a higher threshold of accountability to the education system. And I feel like the parents would often say, oh my gosh, I would much rather work with Dave, or I'd much rather work with the SRO than a uniformed police officer, because I felt like there was that connectivity created accountability amongst colleagues, if you will.
Jason, that last example too, I have actually seen our school SROs have such good relationships with the local police department and such knowledge of the people and systems that they were able to get the right person to talk to a victim, for example. That's been incredibly important for me. The right touch, the right person was brought in to conduct an interview. It was done with incredible sensitivity and compassion, because they knew the players. And there's something invaluable there. I'm really glad you raised that, because that brought back very good memories.
And cases like that, yeah, cases like that can come up when a student comes to school and maybe reports to a trusted adult, like a guidance counselor or an administrator or another employee, of maybe a potential crime that has occurred in their life outside of school. Maybe it's an abuse situation or what have you. And that's a great time to have an SRO that can say, I know Dave and I have worked on a couple cases like that, where he knew the right detective to call to put kind of the person that could really have the best set of skills to work with that family and student in the room. Now, does that always work? Probably not. Depends on availability and things of that nature. But when you have someone that has that conduit with the law enforcement, I feel like we produce a better service product for our community when we deal with really difficult situations like discipline that is also a crime within the greater community, or supports for students maybe that experience adverse childhood experiences, things of that nature.
So I have another question. Maybe what's interesting is on the safety site, which is my new favorite site, there is a board resolution from 2018 which is pretty interesting. And I wonder if one of the things we should be thinking about is back to my clarity on the statement of the purpose and reason for having the SROs, but also what is our clarity of belief in an updated resolution, I think is probably also appropriate, because I think there's some additional communication of, I don't know, sensitivity to current events or what it means from an equity standpoint that might also be very valuable to have in this conversation. I don't know if you guys remember that from 2018 that you did it, but it could probably stand a re-up.
I was just looking at it and it took me a minute to remember it, but yeah, this was, I think, very specific around gun violence. And it was during the period where people were talking about maybe we should arm staff.
Right.
And I believe we wanted to take a fairly strong position that we didn't think that was the world's best idea. So, but I totally agree with you that either updating or just creating a new resolution in light of issues throughout the past year would probably be a really good, I think, would be a really good idea.
Right. And this, if you all remember, this was one of the times our student voice came into play, because pretty sure our students were helping us edit this on the fly while we were trying to adopt it in one meeting. So
you are correct.
Very valuable input during that meeting.
Well, I would be comfortable if a subcommittee of the board wanted to get together and draft something. Because I felt like this was a good conversation for us to be having, and we still have a half an hour, I think, more that we have open to have this discussion, but really about what is the role of an SRO? And I think for me, the last piece of this conversation about what do they do when they're on our campus, and what would things be like if they weren't there? And I think that it's important, and having that conversation, how do we get that out to students? Is it a matter of having like a panel that has some of our SROs, some of our students, and talk about what is it they would, if they're feeling uncomfortable, what would make them more comfortable? Because I think there is this idea out there that says there's this just propagates the school to prison pipeline when you have an officer on the campus. And, I've watched the 13 Reasons Why, which was real popular a couple of years ago. And their latest season was in regards to just this horrible law enforcement in the schools idea. And what I'm concerned about is that things like Hollywood or things outside our actual system will propagate an image that is not reality of what's going on in our schools. And how do we make sure that families know that's not what things are like when you have an SRO on a campus? This is what things are like. These are the, and the difference between, what's the difference between the SSO and the SRO? And what are their, again, their roles and responsibilities? How do we get it? I think having it on a website is great. How do we get it from beyond that and out to the public? Because again, we have found in our discussions just yesterday much about, we're really good at maybe saying, oh, it's right here. But we always ask people to come and find how to communicate with us.
Yeah.
And I think on this issue, how do we get it out that it's beyond just, oh, it's on our website, or, oh, we had a discussion about it at this board meeting.
Right. And to really engage with the community about it too, because again, we can think it's working well and how it's supposed to work, but that's not really the case unless the community actually sees it that way.
That's right.
That's one of the things, about a year ago, we had those community informational nights, 3 different locations. That was one of the topics I was really hoping to address as people came in from the community is like, okay, I had Neil Lasher, a security officer there. I had Cindy Hale as an SRO and Nate Griert there. So they can actually see, and if they had the questions, we can address their questions and say, here's the difference. Because we are promoting in our Issaquah School District's safety bulletin that we have both at the high schools. We have a security officer and we have a commissioned officer. So I'd love to get out there and meet with students and say, and have like a round table, say, okay, what's your concerns? And so they know that there's that open communication and dialogue about their concerns. I think that go a long way.
I really like that in our reimagine category. How are we getting ready for this next world, right? Back in the building, and what does it look like?
And maybe this is something, you know, we bring up at our next board meeting when we have students in place and, you know, throw it out to them. What would be the best way to access the student voice on this? But I wouldn't just want it, those guys are all the interdistrict student council. I would also definitely want the voices of the people on the equity team. And I don't, you know, we need a lot of voices on this. This is not an easy thing
Right.
to do.
Right, we'd have to access different voices from different places within any one of the high schools, right? I mean, we could certainly ask the students that are on the interdistrict council, and maybe they would have thoughts on how to access more students in the school, but if not through the equity team where there are students on that equity committee, or just using the administrators to come up with groups of students to reach out to.
But I'm just thinking logistically, you want student voices, you want parent/community voices, you definitely, and these overlap, I mean, but you definitely want voices from communities of color. It's going to take some thought.
Is the two Harlan faces making anyone else nervous?
Well, a little bit. I don't know if either one of them.
Wow. So we have two of them, but he's not talking.
It's like, I don't know.
There he is.
Are you there?
Where'd he go?
That way I can be mobile.
Got it. We have to have
Like I
levity.
can't sit at home all day for 2 days in a row.
Oh, and Marnie, our power was back by 10:15.
Well, are you kidding?
No.
I don't
You
know.
know, I can't sit still. Even when we have these retreats, I have to walk around the room, so I can't sit still.
Yeah.
It's a very funny effect of these two faces of you staring out at us, unmoving.
Sorry. My suggestion would be for Dave to give an introduction of what the SRO program is and why there are so many benefits to it, as a little short video to add to the website too.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Didn't you do a video, Dave?
He has. Dave has been starred in an ISD video when we were introducing him as a new director of safety, and he went over some of the new vestibule entry procedures. I remember that as well. So I like that idea, though.
Well versed in making these videos. Make one about SRO, SSO, how they work, what they do.
I have my own Grammy.
Oh, awesome!
Well, that looks like an Oscar, actually, Dave.
Oh, that's an Oscar.
Yeah, you won an Oscar. Yeah.
Well, we can do that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Harlan, you have your hand up, I think. Oh, no, that's my, never mind. That's my mouse. For some reason, it's a hand.
You know, I apologize again. I had to drop off and go to my CCS meeting. Thank you for that. We got a lot. We got actually 3 votes accomplished, so we moved quickly. I did want to note, and if you talked about this, I'll just let me know and I'll stop. But I know as I was going away, there was a question about what other districts might be doing around the region and so forth, and appreciated that. And then, you know, have we ever had issues? I do want to say, in working with the city of Issaquah, and I want to be careful because this is a personnel matter, and I believe there may even be some ongoingness to the personnel matter, but when we had a concern about an SRO, I can say that the the Chief Beerbaum and the Issaquah Police was very, very responsive to that. And again, it may in fact be an ongoing personnel matter, not of ours, but of the city. So I don't want to go too deep into that. But other than to say, when we lodged a concern, they looked into it and took pretty quick, decisive action. So the one example where we had some concerns, I would argue it got addressed quite quickly. So, and that was with the city of Issaquah.
Yeah, I think that's important to know what are the gatekeepers on if there are issues and if there's, it's one thing to set a bar or set expectations, but what are we doing to ensure that those expectations are met?
That's right.
And, what's the system by which those are checked and then dealt with if our expectations aren't met?
And the other nice thing we have now that we didn't used to have, and I have to say, as a former principal in Tahoma and both here, and I think I've shared, Scott Beerbaum was my first SRO when I came to Issaquah. I've had a very positive experience and have always felt like it was about community policing and relationship establishment with the students. And so that, I can only speak to my own personal experiences, but the other advantage we have now is, of course, we have Dave. We have a central office director who oversees not just our SROs, but our security staff as well, with a mind of supervision, of being able to provide training and resources. So I think we're positioned well in that respects as well. And then lastly, and again, I apologize because I'm blowing into your conversation and you may have already talked about all of this stuff. When I read the article from the National School Board Journal, a couple of things struck me in that. And I don't have hard data, but I feel fairly confident in what I'm about to say. And that is us having SROs in our building has not led to more student arrests. I just have not seen that. It's a very, very rare thing for us. We're very fortunate. We, with the families and the students that we serve, most of those, in my experience, have been honestly for marijuana possession is probably the most common, maybe alcohol possession, minors in possession of alcohol. But certainly that was one of the things that I would be looking for as a concern was, okay, so you put SROs in your schools and now you're arresting a lot more youth. And that has not been the experience. I mean, Donna as a former principal, Josh as a former principal, and Dave as a former SRO, you might weigh in on that. But I actually think it may be the opposite because as a principal, when I didn't have access to an SRO, and this is not a criticism of our beat officers, and I would just have to call 911 randomly, there were times when that officer that responded just didn't have the same skill set that my SROs did to de-escalate a child, and then that could lead to an arrest happening. So I think probably, and again, I don't have hard data on this, but in my experience, we've probably reduced arrests of youth because of our SRO program. And so that's just something that I wanted to note. And then my last observation from the article that I thought was interesting was that they were talking about Edmonds, almost the exact same size district as us, and how they have chosen to terminate their SRO program. If we weren't in COVID and they weren't in remote teaching and learning right now, I wonder what their plan was. Because I wouldn't want to pull that resource away from my buildings without having a plan to backfill it somehow. So that was just a thought that came to my head from the article. So
I thought the fact that Edmonds has decided to do that, as close as they are to Marysville, you would think that they would have a closer connection to that shooting to be able to say, Yeah, I'll tell you the role of the SRO. For me, the biggest one is who's going to be first on scene. And the sooner you have somebody there, the better it is for students overall, right? It's the safety of students and staff and that piece that I hate that we have to talk about. But, you know, gun violence at school it's something that I didn't grow up with, but my kids have. Unfortunately, we've never had that incident in my kids' school, but we did have an incident in Issaquah back, what was that, 9 years ago on a Saturday.
Well, Officer Montalvo knows all too well, because I know he was one of the responding officers that day.
So,
and what I'm hearing too is the fact that it's almost like in a lot of situations, the SRO is like another counselor or another level of counseling in terms of, yes, it's a police presence, but it's also someone who's uniquely identified as knowing how to relate to students and knowing what the issues are around students and education. So
I think when they're hired well, Suzanne, you've hit the nail on the head. I think that's one of Dave's strengths. I think it's something that Officer G brought. I think it's when you find, as Dave was pointing out, the person who wants that role, you most often do get a person with that mindset about relationships, about having this interaction with kids and doing prevention and education work and really being a community servant. I mean, countless times I have known our SROs to help a kid with a flat tire, or to answer questions about, you know, how do I do this free right turn, or what's the deal with that intersection? You know, just little things that make their lives better and more secure. And they feel like they've got one more trusted adult in the building they can talk to about things.
Yeah, I was just going to mention again, it's something that didn't come up that I know that we've really appreciated our SROs, is that when there is we get a report of a sexual assault that happened, for example, on a weekend or in the summertime, based on where that sexual assault happened, the municipality where that happened is the responding agency. And that's all over the map. I mean, it could be, you know, it could be the Renton PD, it could be the Seattle PD, it could be the Kent PD, and the different times that has happened, having a trusted SRO that represents the school and the students with people who don't typically work with our students necessarily because they're not in our community, has been really helpful. And I would say that I can think of, and Dave, I mean, just you and I working together, I can think of 3 or 4 times when you would step in and assist those officers as well. And that was very helpful because a lot of times the SRO has a rapport with the officers from other municipalities that maybe the principal or assistant principal just doesn't have.
Absolutely right.
Josh, I'd piggyback on that as well. That I've worked with SROs in many cases, not just to work with a student who may have made a mistake or, again, like a discipline situation that was also, you know, a violation of the law, but the SRO is a resource for the victim of a situation cannot be understated, because that's a whole nother side when we work with students who've made mistakes or who've incurred discipline, is what about the relationship to the person that was the victim of some sort of action, and what are their rights and what is their recourse. And Dave and SRO having that resource there when you're also trying to rebuild that relationship or help the family that is working through this situation, having the SRO there to help them through that and know what their channels are is really a quality resource. So it's not just about, you know, punitive, it's also about the person that was the recipient of some sort of unfortunate incident or what have you, and helping them through with their proper rights and recourse, and knowing they have an advocate looking out for them.
Well, like the superintendent mentioned, one of the things that I kind of stress, and thank you, Jason and Executive Director Hood and Dr. Almy, is that I always teach my SROs, let's be educational rather than punitive. You know, a lot of the stuff that these kids are doing are minor. Why do you want to mess up their records for the rest of their life? You know, we all made mistakes, and that went a long way with working with the families. It's like, rather than put them in the court system, let's get them the resources and the help that they need. And so that's what we're doing out there is we're stressing to these officers, let's be more educational than punitive, get the interaction that they need, and get that family out of distress, which I think goes a long way.
That was going to be my question is there are specific things that regardless of communication with the student, I mean, if they're in possession of marijuana, if they're in possession of alcohol, is that an arrest regardless? Because that's information I don't know, like what are the kind of things kids are having to be arrested for? And then how is that communicated to the board? I know we get suspensions and expulsions, but we certainly don't have anything that indicates how many arrests have been made on campus.
Thank you, Director Malonado. That's another thing that's, again, it's all discretion. When the officers are there and they have the ties with the school and the families, and they pretty much know the kid, they know that this is a mistake they made or a bad decision, that is arrestable, but it's again discretion. MIP, minor possession of alcohol. That's like you can arrest somebody with an empty beer can in their hand. Why do you want to mess up their record if they try to later on in life get a job, with secret clearance or try to get in the military? You get them, get the interaction that they need, get them into treatment if they need to, like Friends of Youth or whatever, and help out that family get out of that little spot they're in. Because a lot of times these parents, when you call them, I can't believe my kid is drunk or my kid's taking marijuana. So they're oblivious to it. So then you get them the interaction they need, and it gets that big ball moving to where they're on the road to recovery again. And that's what I think is more important than putting kids behind bars or whatever. I think that's why we're here, is to help them make good choices and get them back on the right track.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? I cannot find the email with the agenda. So I think we're supposed to go on a break at noon, but I might give you an extra few minutes.
Marty, it's actually 12:15, but I'm okay breaking sooner.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
But we could move the break sooner and just
Back early.
pending Donna's availability, we could start the next conversation early.
Well, my principals were invited, and so they are prepared to be here at 12:45.
Okay, then we should stick to that.
Yeah, well, we could pick up either SIP or some parking
I
lot.
was going to say, did we want to spend the next 30 minutes going back to our SIP conversation? So then, but Dave, thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank you. I appreciate
and
it.
I like when we have these board retreats, because now you have a laundry list of to-dos.
Oh, I really welcome that. I think there's some great ideas from Director Mullins, and I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I think it'd go a long way to put that information on our website to where, people could go in there and say, okay, it answers my questions. I think that's a great idea, and I will get on that today.
Good. Well, and hopefully we'll have an executive director of communications for you to work with.
Maybe I can get another one of these for that video I'm gonna put together.
Absolutely.
The goal.
But thank you for the board, and thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for letting me take up your time during your retreat to address the SRO program. I really, really appreciate that, and I'll just leave this up. All the officers that want to get hired by the school district, they think it's a privilege to be part of our team. So we're very, very highly regarded, and I really appreciate that and all your support.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to our SIP conversation from yesterday.
Did you two figure out your power situation yet?
Well, I don't know what my power is at home. I haven't texted my husband.
I think she means on our laptops.
No,
Yeah.
on your laptops.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Okay.
like plugged in across the room. I don't know how this entire wall, and there's no outlets. And there's no outlets over here. And I'm like, I don't know where the outlets are.
Well, I'll tell you, my power here has hiccuped in the last 20 minutes about 5 times. And
Yeah.
fortunately, I got battery backup, so it hasn't thrown me off yet like it did this morning, but there's definitely bad stuff going on outside.
Mhm. I'm good to go for a little while longer before I have to get plugged in.
Okay. So wanted to go back to, we had started having discussions around kind of the SIP. We talked about this next time going through by elementary, middle, and high school. So what I was really kind of interested in was the idea of looking at the data, which I think is going to be hard for me to pull up and be on a Zoom. And, oh, that was us, 1 second, sorry. So I think what I would want to have, what I think Harlan wanted to really talk about was starting to look at the data by school and the trends that we have, because we do, historically, we have our higher performing schools and our not so high performing schools, and kind of a conversation around that as a system. And what can we be doing? Do we want to set different expectations? I think another concern for me just overall with SIPs is that, you know, the school will set a 3-year goal and we get an update every year as to how they are going against that goal. And then their 3 years is up and they haven't met their goal, but they're going to change their goal to something else. And so I really wonder, what is the point of the goal if we never hit it and we're okay with that, it seems. And now that last part is more editorializing, but it does seem like I've been doing this for 11 years. It seems like we do the SIPs, people don't meet their goals, and we just move on.
Yeah, it certainly isn't always clean. The other issue that happens is sometimes they'll hit their goal midway through, maybe in the second year, and then not hit it the third year. So you're right, Marnie, it does kind of bounce around. There are those rare occasions where they just say, yep, we hit the goals. I know from, you know, listening to the principals over the years and having gone through this process too, that discussion with internally within your staff about what should be the goal is always an interesting one too. You want it to be solely driven by the data, or at least that should be a big part of it. But then there are other factors sometimes that come into play that are very real factors too. And so I've heard those different rationales and explanations over time about, you know, we did reading for 3 years, we didn't meet our goal, but we realized you know, our numbers in math were not as good, so we've pivoted to math. But, you know, and then it's always challenging too, because you never really let go of anything, you know. Just because you don't have an identified goal doesn't necessarily mean, or one that's part of your SIP. You may even have one. It doesn't mean you just abandon that work. But you're right though, Marnie. I mean, it's an interesting thing. It's not a world in which we would have schools that would have never moved off of their goal for a decade if the idea was you don't abandon a goal until you achieve a goal. And I don't know how that would play out in buildings to say, yeah, we're in our 10th year of our reading goal. So
I think for me, the biggest feeling, and these are all feelings and emotions and not necessarily data, but I think the data reflects, but it feels like we're not getting any farther than when I started 10 years ago. We're not closing the achievement gap. It's so hard when we're writing that for the Board of Distinction, because it actually feels like it's gotten worse. And if Issaquah can't close the achievement gap, who can?
Well, I'll be honest, there aren't good examples of where it's happened. And there are some examples of where it's happened with just tremendous resources put in, the KIPP schools as an example. There was data coming out of those early on. Now this goes back like 15 years. And I remember digging into that data, and one of the biggest factors of their success, they were boarding schools. They were literally taking the children out of the family and basically, you know, encapsulating them in the school environment. Yeah, so I will tell you, it's hard to find examples of where achievement gaps have been closed or even narrowed in a sustainable fashion. There are examples of where a big infusion of money from an outside donor or something can get in and you can move the data needle. But then there's also some of those same schools, when you do follow-up studies and come back a few years later, a lot of times the leadership is gone that did that, and you find yourself losing those gains. I mean, it's just a hard thing to do. You know, you never give up on it, but it is a hard thing to do.
Anne.
Well, and I think we have to be specific. I mean, it's very generalized to say we're not closing the achievement gap. And that it's certainly true in some places, but are we referring to the graduation requirement? Are we referring to the SBA scores? I mean, we certainly see some places where in specific categories, progress is being made. Is it systemic? Will it be repeatable? Or is it just that group of kids? It's hard to say. But I think we'd have to look at exactly what thing are we referencing when we say we're not closing the achievement gap, or what our goal, which piece would allow us to say we're closing the achievement gap. Is it just graduation requirement, or, you know, students graduating, test scores?
Well, and that's what I wanted to discuss.
Mm-hmm. I would say, you know, I've always put a lot of weight on the grad rate, because that is the culmination of the experience, and it's when we say we're ready to now launch you off into your next phase of life. I do look at that data very, very closely, and if you look at it as closely as I do, you know that we absolutely have an achievement gap. The one that probably concerns me the most is my Latino or Latinx students, because it's a big enough population at about 9% that you know, we can see that it has consistently been lower than our majority population or our Asian population, and that concerns me. I see it from time to time in our African American students as well. That one's a little trickier because only being 2% of the population, that number can be volatile. I've seen years where it's like, wow, we're doing great, we're getting really close. And then the next year, wow, we lost 10 points. But the 10 points represented 3 students or something like that. Because when you talk about in a graduating class of now it's getting really, the numbers get really small, you know, 40 kids district-wide sometimes. So, but I also, you know, I do look at that 3rd grade reading number that we've talked a lot about over the years, and the ability of what percentage of our students are reading at standard by 3rd grade. And, you know, when you look at a district, 25% of their kids not meeting it, and I know we could say, well, based on the state, we're doing great. But you know what, if I'm an Issaquah parent and my child is one of the 25% not at standard, I don't really care what the state numbers look like. So those would be kind of the two, one kind of at the front end and one at the back end. That's not to say all that data in the middle isn't important, because it certainly is, but.
What is the, so just sitting here listening, I realize I've heard the term achievement gap for years. I've read articles about the achievement gap. Obviously, we've looked at the data. But as we were just talking, I guess my question is, what is the mathematical or in the school book on this topic? Like, what is it that it's measuring, right? I feel as I was listening, I was thinking, okay, I've looked at test scores individually. We've looked at test scores together, but Ron, you brought up, well, actually graduating is the ultimate goal. So in the literature on achievement gap, what besides the phenomenon is it actually looking at?
I want to make sure I'm understanding your question there, Sydney. I mean, I know what I think about when I think about the achievement gap. You know, essentially it is and it's a little interesting in our population because I think I have to say, it's the comparison between my white and my Asian populations, which tend to be, and ironically, we actually have a slight achievement gap with white students in our district. Just to be clear about that, they underachieve, particularly compared to our Asian students. But it is that gap between them. And ideally for me, in my ideal dream world, I would not want to be able to predict outcomes based on race or gender or what school you're at in the district or your socioeconomic status, and not be able to, say, right now I can tell you that my Latinx population graduates at a rate somewhere between 10 and 20%, on-time graduation between 10 and 20% below what my Asian and white populations are. And that distance in between those two numbers, that is the opportunity gap. I like to refer to it as an opportunity, but it is in fact an achievement gap that I would say we need to work to narrow. And I would also say that's a big part of what our equity work is about. It is about narrowing the achievement gap.
Yeah, and so this idea of grad rate as the benchmark. Well, I guess what I was wondering is, because we tend, at least in the last 18 months, and even when I've researched different neighborhoods or where to move, this idea will come up about the gap. And a lot of what people are looking at are the like SBA or whatever standardized testing differences are. And so what came up for me in this conversation was, is that what they're really talking about when you brought up the grad rate? I didn't know if maybe I just wasn't aware that the formalized literature was more around the difference in grad rate by population. That one actually makes a lot more sense to me, that if we're looking at the difference in actually graduating, and I feel like that's a problem that makes more sense to focus on. But what we tend to get into conversations about are these individual fourth grade math, science. And I personally just always question, like, what does that actually predict? So my kid does, again, I always use myself, horrible student, amazing test taker, overperformed on any test I was ever given. What was the predictor that we wanted to go after? So grad rate, if that's where we're hanging our hats, which I would love, that makes so much more sense because it's a culmination. There's things that get you up to there. It's not this weird point in time thing. Then I think that's what we should just rally around. If there's no thing that the literature would say we should be, it's graduate and eliminating the differences in that percentage. I think even doing that might help us a lot in how are we focusing the conversations.
Well, and it's interesting what you're saying there, because we've had numerous conversations at SIPs with, the fourth grade boys aren't writing very well. And we continually get
correct.
Yeah, but that's fourth grade boys. And they always do better in middle and high school. So it's like, sometimes it's a developmental thing, although I guess you'd still be concerned if the Hispanic fourth grade boys were writing even worse than the white fourth grade boys.
Right.
But so yes to the grad rate conversation, except that I still tilt back to Ron's comment about, I never want to stop looking at third grade reading. Right. That's critical.
Exactly, Marnie. It takes the whole sequence to get to graduation, because if we just focus on graduation, well, but to have kids, why don't kids graduate? And you do have to break that down, because we also know there's a difference between kids that have come to a school district in that time versus kids that have been in the Issaquah school district the whole time, or a number of years leading up to it. So we have to figure out what would help them graduate. And some of it could be way back when they were in third grade or fourth or fifth grade. They need to be able to make sure they're reading so that they're using that skill to learn going forward. So that's why I think we end up going backwards then to see how kids are doing along the way to get to graduating.
Yeah. And so I think what is interesting, though, Sydney, about your question is we have always made that assumption that if they're not graduating on time, you can probably parse it back to, did they struggle the whole time? Although I don't know that we've ever actually done that analysis. I don't know if we've gone through and said, okay, here are our 50 kids that didn't graduate on time. We've done it for high school, like, okay, they failed X number of classes or they didn't
Right.
such assessments, but I don't think we've ever had data come to us as a board, at least, that said, here's all the times that we've tested them that we have available, at least within our system, to be able to say, look, we saw them struggle the entire time, or back in third grade, we could have been. So I don't know that, a fourth grade writing score is going to be a predictor of whether or not they graduate. We're just making that assumption. So it is a good question.
And I should say this out loud because I've thought it more than once, and you should probably know how the phrase lands on me about kids who do differently that started with us and kids who entered our system. And I think we say that as almost a badge of pride, like, hey, if they're with us the whole time, that's how we know they're going to be great. And I will tell you, every time I hear it, my reaction is, or we have a really big bias against kids who don't start with us. And that's every time I hear it, I think that as a person who didn't start in the system, and I know how difficult it was for us to acclimate to the way the courses are structured, the way his day is structured. So I just have to say out loud that every time that phrase is used, I have a reaction. I've never said it out loud.
Yeah, well, that's good. I think of it on the other side is I want the schools to know what they should be doing to help new families acclimate to our system. To start with, if we have new kids, we know that we should be doing, orientations. I don't know. They should be doing things to help those kids integrate well and get up to speed quickly versus just say, hey, you got a new kid, join the class, sit down, and we're just going to keep going and never reference.
Yep. I agree with you, Em, but that's not the way I hear it said. I hear it said as those kids who are with us the whole time, we raised them up and they're doing just great.
Well, and I do hear that in the schools, and I have to say that is one of the reasons I thought you were an important candidate for the position, is because you have a perspective that none of us had, because our kids did come, mostly through the system. And so I think that's an important factor. And so how do we get to the point?
Put that aside.
This time I said it because we only have data that goes that far, right?
No, and
from Chicago,
Harlan has a comment.
I know that I can get that.
Harlan, you have a comment?
Okay, Harlan.
My raised hand function isn't working. I don't know why, but I would say that the third grade reading scores correlate to graduation and on-time graduation, so that's why they're important to me. The WA Kids data correlates strongly to how our third graders ultimately perform in our state. That's why those are important to me. And then ninth graders, how many classes they pass versus not pass also correlates to graduation. So those are the benchmarks that I care about, that I think are research-based, and that's why I care about them. I agree with you, Sydney. Like, there was a lot of things that we used to review early on. Like, it'd be like this in-district assessment for 7th grade writing, and I'm like, why do we care about that? Or the social studies one was evidence that was provided. I agree about narrowing the focus, but I think our board has moved away from less academic data and more towards whole child data, which I think has been helpful too.
So Marnie, if I can jump in, I did want to, basically Harlan just said some of what I wanted to say, but I did want you to know that there is a research basis for those indicators that we chose. And interestingly enough, if we go to our ISD scorecard and we go to key findings, and when you click on a key finding, it does a drop down. And so, for example, under ninth graders on track, and we actually give why we use that data. Ninth graders on track for graduation are more likely to benefit from rigorous high school programs that prepares them for college and career. We give an explanation of, well, why did you choose grad rate, or why did you choose third grade reading? So you're correct, Marnie. Not that, to my knowledge, we have not done our own internal study of our own internal students. but there is a pretty heavy body of research in education and in meta-analysis that have been done that do indicate that reading, on track reading in third grade is an important indicator, predictor of future success. On track to graduate in ninth grade is an important indicator of success. So there are some benchmarks along the way that do have a research basis behind them. I just wanted to be clear about that. And so I wouldn't advocate for throwing everything out. I do think it is important, though, to have a fairly narrow focus, because, you know, we can bring you so much data that, you know, we could just overwhelm you with data. And I know some of you really would like that. And Director Moore may just sit and power through that data for weeks on end. But so there, I just wanted to be clear, there is a research basis behind it. And it's why you'll see that even in state legislation and everything, there are a set of indicators. And Harlan mentioned the WAKIDS data, and there's a growing body of evidence around predictability from WAKIDS data too. So I think that those are all good things that I think tell us we're focused on the right things. It's just a matter of how much focus and how do we want to go about doing it.
And in those, which that's great, thank you. In those, when you say predictor of future success, the future success equates to graduation. Is that
would be my ultimate determination of what success in a public school system is.
Okay. High school graduation.
Graduates, and technically that would be on-time graduation, which means 4 years after entering as a freshman. I'm kind of a fan of extended grad rate. I think that is not I think we should not have any shame if a student needs a 5th year or something to finish, especially with all the different ways students access classes and stuff now. A lot of our 5th year seniors, they're not walking the halls of our schools, but they are taking classes within our system to graduate.
So then what I would love to see in the SIP conversation, knowing this, thank you for the background. What I would love to see is, and maybe it's the homework we do before or the work study we do before, which is an analysis to get the information about for those in the last X period, this cohort, whatever it is, that do not graduate. What are the data points in those steps prior that we said are the predictors to? Uh-oh, my power's flashing now.
Oh.
That was a big one. Am I still on? Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Yeah. The district. Ron looks frozen. Oh, yeah. Sydney, can you hear me?
I'm here.
Okay. So the district lost power, and we must be coming up on our generator. Maybe. I'm okay.
Back up.
Oh, now Marnie's back.
We're back on.
Ron is frozen though.
Ron's frozen.
Yeah, Ron's frozen. So I'm wondering, Anne, are we going back home?
Oh, okay. Well, we could, but
I have a thing. Can I say my thought really quick before I lose it?
Yeah.
Yes. Go.
Okay. What would be amazing is if we can have a subset of our discussion, which is around the population that is not making that on-time graduation. How do we look at the performance data of those key indicators along the way? The WAKIDS, the 3rd grade, the 9th grade, and be able to look at that one and any sort of other indicators. Like if those were off, then we know that we're right. If those were on, then what are the other potential factors that we think? Is it attendance? Is it whatever? To me, that would be a really good pre-understanding of where we know got off track, where we know we ended up not meeting the goal. Can we review back those data points? I would love to understand that a bit more as part of the discussion.
And there's few enough of those that it should be reasonable to do. Although, again, you've probably got a lot of them that we didn't have in 3rd grade, so we might not have the data.
And that's what we look at. How many of those kids weren't in our system where we can't get third grade reading, or we can't get WA kids because we really don't have anybody that's had WA kids that can graduate.
Right.
Had it long enough. We've only had it for 4 years ish. I don't know.
Or
Oh, okay.
What do we know about the kids that don't graduate? And that would help us see where we could have intervened potentially, right?
Yeah, or the earlier support. I think, Harlan, were you trying to say something again? His
So I know
mute
we
on and
lost-
off flashed. Okay, maybe not. Oh,
Well, maybe this, Marnie, is a good time for us to take our break. I think
so.
And I don't know, you guys, Stephen had put a breakout room for us to put ourselves in during breaks. He sent us a chat, and there's
Yeah,
a breakout room.
It just flashed up on my screen that I'm supposed to join the room.
Okay,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm likely logging off and going home.
Oh,
I'm going to join the room, but I'm going to go.
12:45 or when I get back.
I'll
Okay.
join the room and see what happens.
I'm going to
Okay.
go to the room. Bye.
I'm going to stop by Taco Time first. I need food.
It's magical.
Okay, I'm back too. Ron's having trouble on his, but now I think we're back on live YouTube.
So no, you're still at the district office. Did Marty go home?
No, we're here, but we're also on live YouTube. Don't,
Oh, well, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe somehow I was made the host, so I think I'm letting people in right now. I see some of them coming in, Andrea
Okay.
and Keith and Sean. Oh, Suzanne, you're the host apparently.
I don't know how to do that. Do I just let Josh in?
Oh, here, I can let him in. We must have,
I did it. I think I did it.
okay. Yeah,
I don't
he's
know. Is he
coming
here?
in.
Yeah, he's here.
the board's all co-host. Oh yeah, Suzanne's the host and then I'm co-host and Ron's co-host.
Well, Suzanne is clueless, so who made me host? My tech guy's in the other room.
You were made co-host right as we shut down.
Oh.
When Ron froze, it popped it to you for some reason because you were special.
I don't think that was the reason.
Okay, so Harlan said he's going to be about 15 minutes late, but not to wait for him.
Okay.
Okay.
We left,
Sydney's still in the room. We
yeah.
left Sydney alone in the room.
How do we get her out of the room?
She has to get herself out of the room.
on. She has to leave the room. She has to come back. She didn't have video or audio on.
Oh, you know, I just noticed Steven's not here either.
Do we need him?
I guess not. Are you all seeing that we have a breakout rooms are open?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Stephen told us to go to the breakout room when we took a break from,
Oh,
we weren't on the live YouTube, I think, while we were on our lunch.
got it.
Yeah, should I text Sydney and tell her to leave the room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how to pull somebody back or have somebody.
Well,
Now
she-
I know our
You should
high
be able to hit the
school.
leave button.
I know our high school principals are sitting there going, really? This is how you guys manage a meeting? Trust us, we're trying our darndest. We've had multiple power outages. We're running on a generator right now here in the office.
I can't
So-
tell you how many times my internet is burped. If I didn't have backup power, I'd be gone.
Yeah, we're in a generator too up here at Skyline.
Really?
Oh boy.
Well, then I feel lucky to have power. Because I'm not 2 miles down the road.
Okay, so we're just waiting on Sydney and we can get talking.
Yeah.
And we are being recorded right now, and we are live streaming on YouTube, just in case anybody who's new to the party didn't know that.
Oh, there's-
We're back from our break.
Okay, Sydney's here.
Okay, great.
Present.
So we wanted to start this conversation around just homework in general. And this has actually been something that this conversation started years ago. We've had this conversation several times since I've been on the board, and it always gets tied back to grading. And I know we've addressed a lot of issues around grading, but I really just wanted to talk about homework as a whole, homework as a philosophy, because I think you guys as principals, I'm sure have had lots of robust conversations about that. But we as a board haven't. And so I don't necessarily know where to begin the conversation. I just know that I want to be talking about what is homework, how much time are students spending on homework, how do we organize and structure homework for them to ensure that they're not overloaded, especially because we have so many kids that decide that they're not going to be successful in life unless they take every single AP or IB class that is available to be offered. And I don't know, and especially right now with, especially at Liberty, the parents and the kids, you know, having all 8 classes those first 2 days, Mondays and Tuesdays, and how that's making them feel, and what homework conversations we've had in light of a pandemic. So that's all the things that I have on my mind. And I don't know how to structure that or where to start. Poor leadership on my part, but so I kind of wanted to maybe open it up to the principals to talk about what are we doing this year that might be different than what we've done in a typical year. Don't make me call on names or I will.
I can start because I think, at least from what I've seen, you've been hearing from my community quite a bit, as I imagine that would probably come up. So just to let you know kind of what we've been trying to do and what we've been discussing as a staff in regards to homework this year, the last two staff have really focused on what are we doing to really make sure that we're focused on the essential learnings that each course and each department have developed that are what is absolutely essential for students as they move forward in their academic career, whether it's to their next stage here or their next stage in life. And what is it about those courses that we're focusing on, and how we're making sure that anything the students are working on is tied directly to those core standards and learning requirements in order for them to help to be successful and really learn a strong foundation in each of those classes. So that's been the biggest focus as far as the what we focus on and the content that we focus on, to tie directly back to that core, the essential learning for that particular course. Then with the committee that Donna, Josh, and I and several IEA members are on regarding guidance around homework, we came up with some guidelines regarding the amount of time that each course should be looking at per week assigned outside of class, that kind of thing. So we've talked a lot about how to tailor to that, and to keep in mind that different kids work at different speeds, and to keep that in mind and to really be adjusting to that. It's been a consistent adjustment, and that's one of the things that we've been really focusing on is what are we learning from this? What are we hearing from the kids, and how can we adapt to make sure that they're really learning the material in a solid way, getting a strong foundation, and are able to have some sort of balance in their lives. So that's been really our focus. I don't know, Marnie, I hope that addresses at least the start of your question.
I think so. Keith, I see you, actually, I think I was gonna say, I see you unmuted. We take that as a sign as you will have something to say. Can you hear us?
Do you hear us, Keith? You're not hearing us, are you?
Everybody froze. I couldn't hear anything.
Okay.
Stuff's been flickering here. I don't know if you can hear me right now, but pretty much everybody's frozen on my screen.
Yeah, I think cutting in and out.
I think I can hear you.
I can go while we wait for him to catch up if you want.
Yeah, why don't you go, Andrea?
Hold on, I'm back. So
Okay, you're back.
Oh, man.
Okay, I was saying that we see unmuting as a sign of I want to say something.
no, I was trying to figure out what was going on. So
Okay.
was there a question directed to me, or do I?
No, we're just in general, the work that the high schools have been doing in regards of like what's different with homework this year as opposed to a typical year.
Can I share?
Yeah.
I've thought about the homework, and I'm going to be honest. Since school began this year, I have not received, I don't believe I've received one email or question from a student or a parent talking about homework being too much. I did send a survey out to my families and students last week on Thursday. It closes this Thursday. So I've had about 110, 120 students complete the survey. There's some kind of free response questions, and I went through it today.
Now you're breaking up, Keith.
Nope.
He said he was gonna be 15 minutes late, so I start without him. Mark said that at the beginning.
Oh, are you back now, Keith? No.
I'm happy to share while we wait for
Andrea is just patiently waiting.
just trying to help him out. I actually took some notes for myself.
Oh, we lost him now.
I took some notes because I wasn't sure where this conversation was going to go, and so if it's okay, I kind of want to talk about the broader homework issue, but then with a lens of this year, if that's okay. I was kind of recording my thoughts about, I'm lucky to be in my 8th year here at Issaquah High, and I was just thinking, you know, this conversation, like you mentioned in the beginning, has been ongoing for 8 years. And so I think even just looking at the history and how it relates to this year is important. And one of the things I was thinking, I kind of categorized it in my notes to myself of like stakeholders and kind of what I hear from the different stakeholders, or what I observe, I should say, as well. And one of the things I do whenever I hear from students who are really the ones experiencing the homework is I look up their schedule. And Marnie, you sort of alluded to this in the beginning, but a lot of it is that competitive nature to do it all. And so every time I get a student that's concerned about homework, the first thing I do is I look up their schedule in Skyward. And most often they're taking 4, 5, or 6 AP classes, and combined with some sort of rigorous activity, you know, ASB, robotics, musical theater, some of those bigger commitments that are really hour intensive after school clubs. And so I think that's still happening this year with the overextension, you know, minus sports. You know, students that are still involved in ASB, they're working just like us to try to change what they've always done to this unique environment of COVID. So while I think we've thought a little bit, and maybe teachers might be thinking that students have a little more time, I actually think just that mental, everything that's consuming us mentally in terms of how to shift how we do our everyday tasks is still that way. So I think students still feel really busy with their clubs, even if they're not actively meeting the way that they would. I also think that in hearing from students and teachers, they are not utilizing their class time. I think that they use that opportunity, you know, our teachers have been, I think, trying to do a good job of balancing screen time with offline, you know, finishing an activity, say on paper pencil, or reading a chapter from a novel that they have at home. And I think at the end of, like, say, a 45-minute period, when they say, okay, use the last 15 minutes of class to do this, the students say, okay, I've just mentally been consumed in this Zoom. I'm gonna actually take this 15 minutes to just get a little me time, which I think is healthy and normal. But then all of a sudden at the end of a 7-period day or 8-period at Liberty, they have like a bunch of 10 or 15-minute tasks that were intended to be done in class that have now piled up. And so I think that that's challenging. I think that our teachers are still, and this is an ongoing problem, but I think not different to this year, often estimating how long an activity takes based on how long it takes them to do it with their own personal set of knowledge of the skill set. You know, they're proficient in their subject area. So I think unintentionally, they estimate the length of an assignment or an assessment based on how long it would take them, not realizing that that's not working for some of their students. I also think they continue to feel pressure of getting to a certain destination, whether that's an AP preparation for AP classes or common assessment scores or things like that. And I feel like related to COVID in this particular environment, there's still that pressure, but even they feel like there's less seat minutes. And because of the unique environment, they're feeling, how do I do this now in this different way? And so I think that is hard. I also think that there's sometimes still work we need to do with our staff on rigor being critical thinking and not workload. And so I think that that's, you know, more professional development we can do with our teachers. And so I also think that because of this desire to really maximize our live instruction with students in this environment, they're wanting them to come to the Zooms really prepared. So they're wanting them to have read, you know, or practice some things that they can really, especially like in humanities, subjects or subjects that there's more discussion-based critical thinking. So I think the amount of work outside of the Zoom so that then they can just process when they're face-to-face with students is an ongoing issue, but highlighted and emphasized in COVID. And then I think what we've been trying to do is, as admin, as the other stakeholder, is training more teachers on rigor versus workload and really trying to support teachers in how they get to that destination, AP scores or common assessment scores or, meeting essential standards without, inundating students with the workload. I also think we're trying to work on really good quality ways to get feedback from students, because I think serving students and getting feedback in that way that's useful is sometimes tricky. And so I think we're trying to work to partner with teachers to develop that so that we can reflect and adjust as we go through this. So that's my sort of initial thoughts.
Yeah, then Keith, we got you all the way up to, the student survey, and there were these great responses, and you looked through them, and then we don't know what the responses were.
Well, I was, the survey's open for a few more days, but what I saw today was just, there were a handful of students that talked about less homework being one thing that they would adjust in what our current reality looks like. But like I said before, I have not received anything from families or students individually about homework this year. Obviously, I think homework has changed a little bit, and Andrea kind of brought it up, but I think about my son. My son used to do his math homework on the way home from the bus, and if he had 5 minutes in a class, he would do it. I think a lot of our students at Skyline, at all the schools, in brick and mortar, if they have 10 minutes at the end of the class and they finished up what they're doing, a lot of times they're working on other work. So I think you're having students, sitting in front of a screen, and then all that homework's piling up at the end, which might feel like a lot more homework than it traditionally is. But I think students broke it up a lot better in brick and mortar, either in classrooms or even at lunch. You'd be surprised how many students at lunch in the cafeteria have their workout and they're collaborating with partners or doing their work. So they're missing that component of homework time, which might be added to the end of the day after screen time. But obviously our conversations at Skyline have been around homework being practice or reinforcement or an extension of the essential learnings that they're covering in the class. And Andrea talked, and I think Sean talked about this too, with reduced instructional minutes this year. I think that teachers are feeling that and might be transitioning more to doing things outside of the live time because of the loss of instructional minutes.
Okay. I think now I kind of want to put it out to the board to share any thoughts or perspectives. I see Sydney had to step away. Oh, there she is. So kind of for the board.
Standing, I can't sit here anymore.
I know, I feel like I'm getting very antsy. So just opening it up to us to any thoughts or questions or comments that you wanted to share.
Since my mic is on, I'll ask. The last point, we had more of this discussion about probably K3 about instructional minutes in the last couple of weeks, but what is the difference in instructional minutes that is actually occurring, and is that difference being driven by the structure of the day, or is it this idea of trying to break up any individual course into, live teach time versus work on your own time?
I can answer part of that, Sydney. Because of the nature of funding this year, CFO Cooper made sure that when we built our remote schedule versus our hybrid schedule, and it was late breaking information as he was getting it, is my understanding, the minutes we had to hit was 1665. And of course, Andrea, having been through the bargaining process, was aware of that too. And so the high school schedules all were built to hit that. And there were certain parameters around what we could count and not count toward the minute total. I think operationally speaking, Of course, teachers are feeling the loss of the regular Wednesday meet. So for sure, that's part of it. And we carved out some unique time in this schedule because of the remote nature of our current system. We carved out the teacher-student support time for that individualized assistance or intervention that teachers might need to do with kids. So that's a little different. And so I think, yeah, I think they're feeling that. And of course, I'll let the others chime in. I can back off now.
So sorry, maybe, and the freshman was just here explaining something to me about this exact topic. Sorry, so the 1,600 number, how does that relate to previous years? I just don't understand. Is 1,600 equal to previous years? Say, you know, more than, less than? And then how do I think about direct live instruction time versus work on your own time?
Well, definitely our teachers were accustomed to having all their instructional minutes be face-to-face. So no matter what way you slice it, right, it feels very different to them because, for example, they've all lost Wednesdays. So we've gone from 4 meets a week to 3. And that's a difference maker in terms of, I think Andrea said it well, that idea of coverage and trying to arrive at the same destination. So my kids are getting the same quality of experience as I would normally provide. So they're doing that with 3 meets a week instead of 4. And at Liberty, the nice thing is that 3 meets is what they would have every other week, right? Their lower weeks, they would have had only 2 meets prior to this particular schedule. So the 3 meets is kind of that in between, if you will. But I think not having that regular contact on Wednesdays is different. And then, of course, we just don't have the same amount of oversight in terms of accountability with the kids. When they are working independently, they're completely out of our sight, right? We don't, we aren't spying on them. No one wants to do that in Zoom. And some kids, of course, have guided studies. They may have set up a teacher-student support meeting and actually have some guidance during some of those blocks of time that we're also allowed to count for the 1665, but not every kid is being assigned to those moments, nor does every kid need it. So it definitely feels different.
So I have a question, and it's maybe primarily a Liberty question, because the Liberty community is starting to squeak. But when we, when we talked about the 7-period day at the other 2 high schools, there was some focus on the fact that there was 1 day per week where it was possible to get homework assigned in every single one of your 7 classes. And we talked about maybe that's not a good idea. Liberty now has the possibility of getting homework in one of their 8 classes on, I guess, Monday and having it due Tuesday. Has there been any specific guidance around, like, maybe that's not a good idea?
We have talked about that, and that honestly is the biggest adjustment, and that's what you're hearing right now. That's where that is coming from. That was an adjustment that Skyline and Issaquah made over the last year or 2 as they've transitioned to 7 periods, where we had 8 periods on a rotation for many years, and then to go straight through those classes is one of the big things one of the big themes that came out of a lot of the emails that you've all been receiving and that I've been receiving as well. And we had talked about that, and one of the complexities that we've run into and that we're still trying to navigate is for the sort of the pacing of different courses. So if you're teaching math or world language where you need that daily practice versus you're teaching another class or like an English which you can plan out a little bit more, read this chapter by this day, that kind of thing. So being able to pace out the workload a little bit more, that's one thing we're running into. And also just the adjustments that and to be honest, the teachers have been struggling with this, with the Monday, Tuesday, as much as the students and the parents have, as far as that sprint through and that number of transitions in those days. So finding ways for them to adjust and adapt their curriculum and their teaching to this schedule and this model in this environment, in this situation, and also not having Wednesdays, as Donna mentioned, has been And then also figuring out how do I have accountability for student learning? How do I present material and ask students to be working on something so that they are prepared, as Andrew was mentioning, so that they're prepared when they walk into their longer block day on Thursday or Friday. That adjustment has still been something that we're working on, but I have been emphasizing with our staff to be very limited in anything they assign outside of school, especially from the Monday to the Tuesday. But as you've been hearing, as I've been hearing, that's not always the case, and I realize that. But that's something that we've been focusing on, is to try to minimize that as much as we can.
And I guess one of my concerns, and this would relate to everybody, is you've got a teacher that might say, well, this is practice. It shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes. One, if every one of your 8 teachers said it shouldn't take you more than 20 minutes, that's still what, almost 3 hours after you've been on a screen all day. But also, we're talking earlier in the meeting about, Sydney was saying her kid had something that was probably supposed to take 20 minutes and it took him 90 with both parents helping. So, and I think somebody did mention this before, that teachers aren't always a great gauge of how long the homework's going to take. But, some students can knock something off in 10 minutes and another will take an hour. So, yeah, how do we balance that all out?
Suzanne, one of the questions that you're raising there about the minutes, just to kind of reiterate something Sean already brought up, the grading work group that had been meeting actually since last spring, since the closure first began, was really this August and September centered on giving colleagues some good, just basic bumpers for maybe how to approach homework without being too specific, because there are some disciplinary differences, right, that I think you all have highlighted really nicely. And one of those was some general guidance around, hey, at Liberty, let's go about 70 minutes of homework outside of class time per week. And that's per subject. And at the other 2, about 90. Now, this is not something that's in a contract or in an MOU, but it is stakeholder work group guidance, right? From peers to peers is the idea. And they represented all different disciplines. And we think they were very thoughtful about all of that. And really wanting, I think, to do the right thing and to help teachers accomplish their goals, but also to help families and students kind of have a sense of what to expect and predict.
Is there any way of, sampling to validate if that assumption of 70 or 90 minutes is the reality?
Mhm.
It's different, right, with elementary, because you have a single teacher that's guiding most of the day, but at secondary, without having that guiding force, you would have to almost do it from the kids' perspective to say, what on average am I getting? So is there a way to sample what their actual experience is?
So I put out a student survey right at the beginning of the second week of school, right, first week beginning of the second week of school, just to get a sense of how they were doing. I didn't ask specifics. This is before the guidance came out, and I was just trying to get a sense of how are they doing. And the big themes were they were excited to be back, they were so happy to see their friends, and they were exhausted. And so those are some of the big ideas that came through. Counselors put out one through the SEL time, I believe it was last week, I want to say, a week ago, Wednesday, where they were asking about, what do you need? Would you like a counselor to reach out to you? How is your level of stress and anxiety, that kind of thing. So we've done surveys around some of those kind of qualitative and more narrative kind of senses. And I wanted to wait a little, I wanted to give teachers a little bit of time to adapt and adjust to the grading guidelines that came out, because it only came out, I think, about a week and a half ago. And I wanted to give it a little bit of time to settle in, let people make an adjustment, and then next week to ask kids more explicitly how much time per these core subjects do you find yourself spending per week, and then to get some more actual. So I'm sorry not to have any data for you, actually, but that's the plan, to get some, actually.
We've talked a little bit about asking students, because a lot of times we'll hear from students and parents, like on their worst days, right? on the day that like, okay, I'm now frustrated because I've spent, 2 hours and I had expected. A lot of times, often I've had kind of some interesting interactions with parents, like that their student had, a teacher had done everything with like good intent, and the fact that they had something due like prior to, let's say, like the Thanksgiving weekend. And then students were saying, oh, I've been kind of busy. A lot of teachers had the due date right before like a break. So could you extend it till after break? And so the teacher responding to that need, right, was move the due date. And then a bunch of families had students who waited then because they moved the due date, and then said, okay, now over this break, I'm going to work on this. And the parents were hoping to have quality family time, right? So it's sort of like this mash of like trying to, I mean, just like everything we seem to talk about, it seems to be like varied interests and preferences on how we approach the thing, right? So I mean, this is not new. So we have people, I got many emails the first few weeks of school saying, how dare we, leave Wednesdays off the table. The teachers weren't assigning enough homework and their students weren't going to be learning enough this year and weren't going to be competitive. So I've actually had more emails this year frustrated with Wednesdays off at Issaquah High than I have about homework complaints. But then now that we're a few weeks into school, we did a student survey during SEL, and it came up a little bit in the student survey, but not as much as I expected. Short story long here. We're trying to look at asking students maybe over a period of like a week to, at the end of the day, assess how many minutes they spent on homework each day, so that instead of asking them and then having them think of their worst day and respond to the survey as like the most extreme case, really just get a gauge over a period of time. And with them being on campus, we're getting pretty good student responses to like electronic surveys and things like that, because they're in there every day and they can see it. So we've been looking at doing that sometime this fall. To get a little bit of a data point.
Yeah, we're familiar with that whole getting emails on their worst day too. That happens a lot.
That is true. Well, it's good to hear part of this conversation, and I think there's a real pull with homework, and for me, it's that kids are learning in high school what their life work balance will be as adults. And we're setting expectations on them, one, the competitive nature. So we're telling them, you better learn to compete now. You're going to do your work, then you're going to come home and you're going to do more work, because whatever competitive job you're going for is going to expect the same type of thing. But is that really what we want to be teaching students? I mean, I kind of get it. Like, yeah, if you're going to be a lawyer, these might be that kind of hours you're going to be putting in. So if you're not willing to do it now, this is what life is going to be like. But I don't know when it comes to what is healthy. Is it healthy to say, by the way, on top of your time that you're spending in class now, to the point of, hey, my Zoom is over, I'm going to go grab something out of the refrigerator instead of doing this writing assignment. That's a discussion that I think we should have. But if we're saying, yeah, and you're going to commit that every class you have, you're going to do an hour and a half worth of work this week outside of class. And to now it's like, and that's the estimate on the experts part. So that we're creating this where we've set it up and said, yep, this is our expectation for you, is that even though you're in school, this is your work time. Your work time will be extended in perpetuity from here on out. This is the life we're creating for you, and we're setting up these learning expectations. And I guess for me, I just don't know how healthy it is for us to continue to propagate that environment. And that's just a more philosophy than it is policy. And
yeah, I know you're focused on time, but I'll also really focus on the quality of the homework, that what kids are doing outside of school is really meaningful and impactful for their learning, not just busy work. I'll say way too often the complaint from my kids was that I didn't get anything out of this. This was just busy work. They just needed something to assign to us to do. And it took time and it took effort, but it didn't really have great value. So what I would really want from homework is that it have good value for students. And I know in some places where the homework policy was more like, I'm going to assign this, but you do as many as you feel you need to do so that you have learned this material. And then it was upon them to decide how much of that homework to do, how much practice they really needed in that work to be able to feel confident in it. And maybe that works well in like math, where you do so many problems and you feel like you've gotten it. You know, you don't have to do all of them because you've gotten this concept. So to me, again, it's the quality of the homework and the learning from it.
Sydney, oh, by the way, Sydney, before you go, I just got a text from Harlan saying that he doesn't have power at his house. And so his reception is spotty at his house. So he's trying to participate, but I think not able to really just participate much. Sydney.
Sunny Hills and Discovery have now joined the powerless buildings.
Okay.
So
This is such a crazy day.
Dan, you'll be next.
Didn't we do one of these during the snowstorm? Or the snowstorm was coming when we did one of these retreats. So I guess what's interesting about this conversation for me, what I'm trying to wrap my head around is I feel like I have two very different mindsets about homework as I sit here. One is a pre-COVID mindset about homework, and what is a COVID mindset about homework. And in the COVID world, I think what I'm grappling with is I don't actually know what homework is in the COVID world. And I think the example you just gave, which is I expected this to get done in that last 15 minutes. Who knows what happened in that last 15 minutes once they signed off. And so that piles up into homework. So what was in-class exercise that could have and should have been done in class, plus work I expect to be done outside of the classroom. So I think that's a slightly different problem, which is maybe more about awareness of how do we expect our students to be working, and are we educating them on how we expect them to be working, and are we expecting the parents who have to kind of help shepherd that in that process. I think pre-COVID, and maybe just because we had good experiences, I always felt that, oh, my lights are flashing. Am I still connected?
you're here.
Yes, you are.
Woo.
Suzanne's were flashing and Sean's were flashing all at the same time.
I think pre-COVID, we often had more of so what Ann just described, the repetition until you feel like you've gotten it covered. And so maybe it's this philosophical point of like, what do we believe to be the goal and purpose of homework? And maybe that's different at different levels. Maybe that's different at, to your point, different types of classes. But it does seem like there needs to be some sort of statement of in this course, we assign homework for the following reason. And then currently in my COVID moment, I actually have no idea how to separate those two out. I get the feedback about all of it into one lump. So I don't know, that was a big statement, but I thought I would share.
Thank you.
Well, and I would add too, in terms of the pandemic world, it's like everyone has more on their plate. There's this level of stress that has been added to all of our lives. And, I'm feeling it now because, I got a husband home from the hospital and a sick cat. And it's like, this thing just mounts. But the pandemic is not helping. And so when we look at, okay, we've got these kids, they're in Zoom classes, teachers are kind of trying to balance this. They don't have their sports, they can't see their friends, their mental health is suffering. And then we lay homework on top of that. Has there been any conversation around the philosophy of, yeah, this is what we would do in a normal world, but maybe we need to lighten the load? Or are we hearing from parents who say, I absolutely don't care, my kid's in 8 AP classes and that's how it should be because he's got to get into Harvard? I mean, I worry about the level of stress in our kids' lives right now. And I don't know if homework is the answer, but it seems like it's part of the equation.
That is certainly something that I hear from families, and it's come up in the, as I said, the communication that you've seen as well, and also in from our counselors. We have a weekly meeting with our counselors, and where they kind of check in on what they've been hearing and needs that they see, and how we can support kids, and that's one of the big ones. And I think to several of the points that have been made, it's maybe not even things that would take a long time or things that were designed to be done outside of class, even as Sydney was saying earlier. If it was something that was just kind of the last little bit of this class would be for a smaller assignment or whatever. But just the kind of one more thing element, the kind of drowning element is what I hear most commonly. And just that the stress that is for a lot of kids and for their families is significant. And we have heard that.
And definitely, I think at the beginning of this school year, we were getting a lot of emails about accreditation and coverage and how we possibly could be considered, I don't know, real schools or a school district if we weren't going to do everything that we would normally do in brick and mortar. And that how could we possibly get through accreditation if it was just kind of unusually hot and heavy there for a little bit. And certainly at the board meetings, I mean, I've heard that word competitive. I've heard parent concerns about, my kid is now competing with kids who are having in-person instruction elsewhere in the country. So yeah, it's a very mixed bag of responses and voices, I think.
And I'll tell you again, I don't have the agenda in front of me, so I don't know when we're supposed to be done with this conversation. Still haven't found that. But any other, Donna?
I think we have someone in the waiting room, but I can't let them in.
Oh, it's Keith.
Thank you, Suzanne.
We let Keith in.
Marnie, you have this going till 3:15, which seems like a long time, but.
It does seem like a long time because I didn't know how robust a conversation, what we wanted to talk about, and how deep we wanted to dive into things. So,
I would want to have a different conversation if we were not in a COVID world, but it seems the wrong time to have that conversation.
well, I think I put it on the agenda because I don't want that conversation to get lost. And I don't know how long we'll be in this COVID world. Will we, I think, are we going to be sitting in this just till second semester? Are we this way all year long for our high school students and middle school students? Those are questions I don't have the answer to. And I guess, again, I think come December 9th, when we do our board leadership restructuring, I won't be in this seat, so I won't have the right to say in the January timeframe what we have on our agenda for work study. So the opportunity to put it now, to have those long-term conversations. Anne.
Well, I was going to say, I see we have Jason on this. I know much of this is focused around high school, but I'm wondering how our middle school students are doing with the homework load in this COVID world and the way their schedule is. Because if I remember correctly, at the middle school, it's more of a block and they go twice a week, if that's correct. And so how are the middle school kids and teachers feeling about it?
Yeah, great question, Anne. Thank you for that. And it looks like our power here at the admin just is coming on. So let there be light. It's interesting, and I've worked with my principals because between me and my principals, we've received some input from families kind of on both ends of the spectrum. So I've worked with, had some conversations with some parents, both from a standpoint of kind of the 2-hour block. The parent was wanting more. I've had a few parents, more rigor, more work, and the other side of that coin is that, we're trying to cover, the essential academic learnings from a COVID or a remote or a live setting. And so we're really trying to hit this broad spectrum of capabilities that we typically are trying to hit that in our normal schooling, I think exacerbated to some degree by our current live instruction situation. And so what I worked with my principals to share that, and we had a nice conversation at our meeting last month about that, about the need for teachers to be prepared to differentiate, especially at the middle school level, because when you're talking an 8th grader that is maybe taking a world language class, maybe taking biology, high school math. I mean, really, 3 to 4 of their courses at a high school level, that's a completely different student than a 6th grader that is new to the middle level. And so where we kind of had to land was in that world of, I need my and they have been working with their leadership teams to discuss kind of that differentiation opportunity. Because again, I think, not that I'm trying to stand out from our other levels, because elementary certainly has the same, the difference between a kindergarten student and maybe say a 5th grade student, but that middle school level, there's a lot of transition that happens between 6th and 8th grade, and kids kind of come into their own. And so we have those students, like I mentioned, that 8th grade example, that are really essentially kind of ready for high school. Half of their schedule is essentially what a 9th grader would take, hitting that mark, and then contrasting that with a student maybe who's just hasn't quite hit that stride. A tremendous amount of work went into defining and falling back on our best practices of grading. And for me personally, I have a hard time having a homework conversation without putting grading into that same conversation. I think those two work hand in hand. And so Dr. Almy, myself, Principal Michelle from Pine Lake, and some teacher representatives have been working and meeting twice monthly since August to talk about that exact conversation about how grading and, in my opinion, how homework plays into that. The conversation's been more based in the world of grading, but again, I go back to, I struggle to separate those two completely. And so we put out a letter to our teachers that really fell back on our best practices of grading and encouraging staff to leverage those best practices in grading now more than ever. And that was what was really neat, was the IEA members that were part of our grading group, that they were, I mean, that wasn't something that Josh or I suggested. We brought up homework and grading, and they chimed in with, we need to focus on the work of Gusky and Dewick and those grading principles now more than ever. And so it was really neat to have kind of that grassroots. Our teachers were really already in that spot. I put out a letter to my principals to share with their staffs to reinforce those grading principles, that a grade should reflect academic proficiency. I think that helps boil us down to what is the homework and why, and is it helping with academic proficiency? Assessments and other evidence should be rooted in common grading standards, a collection of evidence. The points go on, but I think that's, I hope has been helpful. And we were sure to, I put that out to my principals for their staffs last week because our mid-tri grading is coming up this week. And so we wanted to be responsive and somewhat timely with that. And I think moving ahead, we're going to have to look at our mid-tri grades and see how do they compare to what a normal year might be. And then I've also taken some good notes about, the survey for homework. I think it's going to be hard to pin down because it's going to differ depending on kind of the course load a student takes. But as long as it's, I think a really good question is the homework load is appropriate for the grade that I plan to earn in that class. And then I think it was Director Weaver who articulated the meaningfulness of that homework. Attached to that article, and I can forward this to the board if you'd like, was a really great article by Gusky regarding the power of zero. And I think that's a huge that's a huge concept that we wrestled with as a group. And I think it's not even a wrestle anymore. I think it's more of like, yeah, I understand the power of zero, but I included that as a resource for the staff to hopefully reference.
Yeah, so kind of that brings me to a specific question that I had around the use of Canvas. Students are utilizing Canvas now to turn in a homework. Is that true? I don't know. My kids at Gibson Neck, they don't have homework.
Yep.
Necessarily. So, and then what happens if they're late with their deadlines? Because I know when my son was in college, that 11:59 was very specific, and after that, he couldn't turn an assignment in. And is that the case? Then how do we deal with that? That, hey, I finished my homework, but it was 12:30 in the morning. I was still working on it, and now I can't turn it in.
Well, I know one of the settings that several of our teachers are using is actually for assignments that they really want mastery on. They're clicking the button inside the plumbing of Canvas to say, allow resubmissions. So I know that there are several teachers doing that. So kids can turn some things in multiple times until they hit mastery or 100% or whatever the goal is.
It varies by teacher. We had a building-wide discussion at Issaquah High in our back to work days about at least a week seems reasonable, given that there are students who sometimes, need an outside support, whether that's their case manager, if they're served under an IEP, whether that's their ELL case manager, whether that's a parent supporting at home, whether that's their guided studies teacher, or whether they have a bunch of stress and life things happening at home and they might need to access something asynchronously. And then with the turnaround time with teachers posting like the recorded videos and things like that, that a week seemed to be the minimum to be reasonable. And I would say most teachers in our building are agreeing as like building wide culture that that's the case with a few outliers. And so I think most people are accepting it for full credit and then giving communication around, hey, send that out with no penalty for at least a week. Many are longer and very few are fewer.
Can you tell me about those outliers though? Like what is their purpose for saying, no, I'm not gonna?
So we're going to go right into it. My current understanding is PE is my only department that is an outlier. And we're right now in the sort of coaching phase that we do with teachers in terms of trying to get to like, what's the purpose and what are like possible ways we can achieve like what your instructional goal is, but also give flexibility to families. And so we're trying to partner with them to support them to get to be more flexible. But I believe and I assume good intent on everybody. And so I assume that there's like, a lot of good intent and reasons behind that for each teacher, but often like that's not getting to the desired outcome and they're not taking into account bigger picture. So it's hard to always say without digging into it. I think that there's an irrational concern of like students manipulating the system and like not doing work and finding a way to evade participating. But I think that there's a certain level of, we have to just be okay with the fact that that's going to be the case for some people in any system we're in, whether it's COVID or not. And so I think that's kind of the spirit driving it with that particular department, but we're working on it and hope to turn it around in the next week or so.
So that leads to another question is, are there teachers that normally don't give homework? Because there's always those classes where there's not usually a lot of homework that have said, well, in COVID, I have more limited ability to do some teaching in class, so I'm compensating by giving more homework. You know if that's happening at all?
I think that kind of goes to Sydney's original point of like the two separate issues a little bit, like the categories, and that the COVID piece tends to be both like a misperception from students about like the time being homework and that it's not what we're talking about. It's actually not homework. So there's designated time on Wednesdays in the school day to do work and it's counting as instructional minutes. So students are supposed to be doing schoolwork on Wednesday for several hours because it's part of their school day. But it traditionally feels like homework to them because outside of COVID, something that's assigned where they're not in a room with a teacher has always been homework. And so that change, mental shift is difficult. The coordination from teacher to teacher, like you mentioned earlier, Marnie, of like, okay, well, if 7 teachers say, okay, a half an hour's worth of work, and then you add that up, it might exceed the minutes. That coordination is kind of challenging. But I still think that there are a lot of teachers who are not utilizing many minutes on Wednesdays and not giving homework at all. I actually don't think PE is giving homework. So that's more of also we're getting into crossover between like late work and grading policies and homework, because I don't actually think that they're giving homework. It's more of the flexibility and this idea of accessing asynchronously, which even asynchronous access also feels kind of like homework because you're not in a classroom setting. So it's a little bit muddy when we're talking about all those things together. But I still think that there's many teachers who are just using their designated class time. A lot of those electives that traditionally don't. But then I think the common core courses, math, your humanities, your world language, are giving homework because of the desired outcome at the end of the school year with certain skills, whether that's for vertical alignment because they want them to be ready for the next year's class, or whether that's for an AP exam or whatever the destination is, depending on the course.
Sydney and then Suzanne.
Marnie.
Oh,
this is Harlan.
I'm trying to talk.
Okay. Go for it, Harlan.
I've been trying for a long time. Sorry, I can't seem to raise my hand or anything.
I'm sorry.
So I missed the beginning part of the setup of this. Is this about the impact of COVID and our remote learning in the context of homework, or is this the pre-COVID homework conversation as it relates to the volume of homework as well as grading?
We have a lot of time, so it can be either one.
Because I think at some point we just should have a board discussion on whichever topic you want us to tackle. But as far as a commentary, I would respond to with the remote part is I feel like part of the problem that our teachers aren't realizing is
Oh, I just missed that best part. Yeah, we can't hear you right now. Not as far as teachers are missing some great thing and now we don't know. What are teachers missing? You're gonna have to drive down to the district office because we can't hear you. I wish we could. I'll text you. We can't hear you.
He dropped out too.
Okay, so Sydney, you're up.
I'll come back later. I was trying to make sure you knew Harlan had been trying to say something. Suzanne, go ahead.
So I'm going to go back to something pre-COVID, and I'm going to go back about 10 minutes. But Jason was talking about the conversation that you had had with principals and or instructors about the power of zero and how that was being embraced. My understanding a while back was that one of the reasons we had this zero problem was because of what's it called, family access or whatever, that forces you to grade on a 0 to 100 scale. And given that we probably can't change the entire systematic thing of that, are we looking at anything like, well, if you don't do the work, it's a 50, and if you do the work, it's a 60, 70, 80, or, I mean, how are we, given that we have a system that wants us to give zeros, how are we dealing with that?
It's a great question, Director Weaver. Thank you for that. So we haven't pushed the ball to the place where across the entire district we're at a spot where we say there's no such thing as a zero any longer. A missed assignment, an untaken exam is worth 50. But from more of a grassroots level, we've been pushing on that. And I do have particularly Issaquah Middle School to as an example, many of their staff have moved to that where their settings in family access is simply that a 0 or an assignment or an assessment that wasn't turned in, the lowest score is at a 50. So there's a lot of staff that are leveraging that. And it's kind of interesting because the practice of doing that has kind of become as a default named the power of 0. And from that philosophy, many staff have chosen to just make that part of their classroom practice, operating norm, that 50 is kind of the baseline. And they set that up within their grade book. And then that impacts their grade book for the school year. So when a staff member chooses to do that, they keep those weights in the family access. Like I said, we haven't got to a place where we've mandated that across the system. We've been more pushing from a best practice and education and leveraging Gusky's work to encourage that practice so that essentially a missing assignment doesn't torpedo your grade. That I think layered on with the multiple opportunities, I think that those two conversations need to take place kind of at the same time because even if a staff member wasn't at a place where they were leveraging 50% as your lowest score, if they provide unlimited makeups or unlimited opportunities to continue to show mastery of that content. I think that kind of takes place, some of that philosophy, because then if a student continues to work, they're not receiving a 0. They're working until they get a grade that they're happy with. Some staff have broken their assessments down even to where you may not retake an entire assessment. You may take an assessment or retake a portion of an assessment based on a standard that you were struggling with. So, if I took an algebra test, maybe I struggled with distributive property, I would retake on distributive property to show that I earned credit there. Go ahead.
So part of me is jumping up and down with excitement and part of me is screaming because I really like the idea that 50 is the lowest you can get and or that you have multiple opportunities to fix it. But then when you say, well, not everybody's doing it, we're not mandating it. Okay, so that means we have huge inequities because we've got some teachers who are on board with what's basically A, B, C, D, F, and some teachers who are still given 0s. Right. So now, and this may be more of a Donna question or I don't know who, what do we do now? I mean, how do we shift the system?
I think, and I certainly would love for the high school principals to jump in with examples that they're aware of in their buildings, but it actually, I think, depends on how the teachers are implementing various principles, right? There's 7, tell me if I'm wrong, folks, 7 overall or 8? 8. Thank you, Dr. Almy. And I think that really it's about, I think, which one fits their discipline and which one fits the sort of workflow and the types of assignments that kids are accomplishing. So I think Jason was trying to capture this idea that, for example, if a person wants to do no 0s, they might do that because it works in their subject area or whatever, versus let's say, I really do need to see an essay from a kid, but what I'm going to do is ask them to rewrite the body paragraph that they did not do very well with in this last essay, let's say, and I'm going to bump their grade. I think it really depends on implementation. They may achieve the same ultimate goal of equity for that student and really learning for that student, mastery of those skills and that content, but they might get there a different way, relying more heavily on some principles than others. So that's kind of where I'm at with that, but I'll let the principals chime in with examples they may be aware of. I'm certainly not.
I think teachers just really struggle with the idea of giving points in just by the virtue of Skyward for an assignment that wasn't completed. And I think actually I can't speak for all of them, but I think some of their perspective is around equity in that sometimes what they'll do is they'll look at students with lower grades, and then they feel like they'll be lowering the bar for them by just cutting, and they feel like that is not an approach to equity, is lowering the standard, but rather helping them achieve the standard. And so I think it depends on the assessments sometimes, because I think there's small things, and that's that whole idea of multiple opportunities to demonstrate proficiency, because I think it really varies from teacher to teacher how they've set up their grade book and how they do their assessments. And that can be like content driven, like Donna was mentioning. If it's something that's like, a pretty critical assessment around like a major skill that they feel like is a huge part of the essential learnings, to if a student doesn't do that, that's a big deal, versus if they have a bunch of little assignments that then lead up to practicing to a bigger assessment, and the student did a bigger assessment and demonstrated proficiency, then that smaller assignment, of course, they don't worry about giving them, not a 0 there, or not even no counting it, because they've along the way showed that eventually they got to the ultimate end goal. So I think Donna is right. I think it varies based on other practices they may be implementing. And it's only the teachers that aren't doing something to account for that are the problem and inconsistencies. That's where that lives. And that goes back to, I think, a bigger problem we have that, again, it's more consistent, is that our parents are often only giving feedback in broad general ways when they're upset, right? So like you'll get an email on a bad day that's like, you have a homework problem. And I can't get them to tell me, like, is it a specific teacher that's overall grading practices are not lending themselves towards giving your student multiple opportunities to be successful? And so I can't zone in on where the areas are where we need to fix, other than, the PE issue I mentioned earlier. That's become clear in these first few weeks of school. But if we're speaking long-term, bigger picture, non-COVID, that's harder to get to figure out where the inconsistencies lie. Because just saying, oh, everybody needs to be doing, no zeros is hard when teachers feel like they are doing really great practices that account for that, if that makes sense.
And I want to note that Harlan actually has a comment in the comment box that the inequity is that if the students in 9th grade English at Issaquah High have multiple opportunities, but the Skyline, they don't, that's inequity. So that's where we're talking about what is there as far as an agreement across the system district-wide as to, it can be like in English, these will be your areas of opportunity, or whatever that case might be, in math. Harlan also had some other comments in regards to just in general, and I want to share them because Zoom is cutting in and out for him. He says, 1, I think teachers don't understand that remote learning often results in incomplete learning. So homework is not just a reinforcement, but includes new concepts, especially if your kids are doing asynchronous. They're trying to do that in-person new concept learning on their own. 2, he said the block schedule for middle school does not work for accelerated classes. So learning algebra when you have 2 classes per week is not really that helpful, which is concerning as it's a foundational class that all the other math that is going to be built on. And 3rd is he is less concerned about trimester grades, really wants to know, are students mastering the materials they need to across grades 6 through 12 progress so that their next math or science class in the sequence that they're prepared for that. And I think those are some overall discussions about life in a COVID world, is how do we know they're really going to be ready for next year? And are we planning to do any type of assessments? I do say that that's one of the things about Alex Math is, 1, they can do that all remotely where they're doing their learning on a daily basis. They can go and log in. You also know at the end, Alex will do an assessment. One of the other good things is that it does learning checks along the way. So you do 4 or 5 topics, 6 topics, and then you do a learning check. And guess what? If you forgot a concept, you're going to have to go through some relearnings. You can go through and relearn that topic, and then it gets included in the next knowledge check for you to move on. So I do think there is some robustness there that might be necessary to have as some type of backup, especially for the kids that are doing some foundational math. But all of the math, it's so much builds on one another that it's critical. It's unlike science. Like in science class, why did they have a system of biology, chemistry was alphabetical, whereas math, it's foundational and it builds on one another. So those were his thoughts. And so any comments related to any of that, if you'd like me to repeat, let me know. But I do want to hear from Jason, staff's thoughts, because now that you are 6 weeks into this, are there concerns about math only twice a week?
Yeah, that goes back to kind of the question that Director Moore had asked as far as how's that block schedule working, because it boils down to a pacing question where if we have class twice a week, how are the teachers able to deliver a lesson? Because the other piece that we're trying to be cognizant of is the amount of kind of the threshold, the amount that a student can be in front of Zoom for an ongoing duration. And how does that staff member balance between basically having to pace a week's worth of algebra in basically 2 days instead of 5, right? I mean, that's the big challenge with the online learning piece. And can we continue to pace through our first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, and still accomplish the essential learning requirements? So, I mean, moving through the trimester, we should be able to continue to assess our students. And actually, we do have good data around where those classes have been at in years past, to kind of take kind of a measure of, are we continuing to cover the essential learnings that we need to cover so that that student, and in my opinion is that algebra student, the bigger concern will be preparation for algebra 2. I think that's where you might see if there was content that was not covered this school year in algebra, I think that would rear its head more so in algebra 2 than it would in geometry. So I think this is going to be a thing that we're going to have to look at for the next 2 years for those kids to make sure they're prepared moving ahead. I can only comment on kind of what I know right now, which is with teaching and learning services, reviewing and narrowing down the essential learnings. And then like we did last spring as well, understanding what concepts we maybe had to review to prepare moving ahead. I can only imagine that we'll have to continue those types of mitigation efforts to review where students are and what they brought with them through the remote learning when we're hopefully back in person. So yeah, I don't really have a defined answer, but moving ahead, that is definitely something that I've been talking with principals about to work with their staff as far as how do you pace out those 2-hour chunks of time and make sure you are staying on pace. I think it goes back to world language as well and science as well, where kids that are able to consume more content in those higher level classes, those staff have to kind of differentiate from that. Whereas, you know, there's going to be other kids that maybe it's a bit more of a struggle for learning. And the staff member has to kind of adapt and adjust there as well. So, yeah, I mean, I'm obviously concerned about how efficient our learning is in this remote setting. I think that goes for every subject area, but we're going to have to continue to adjust. We have added in the Alex math piece, which I really like as a support for students in mathematics. And I think that'll help identify gaps and provide opportunities to solidify those concepts.
Keith, I see you are unmuted. Let's hope this works.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, by the way. I switched to my phone. I seem to be staying connected a lot longer. So sorry if it's a weird camera angle. But you know, I think I hear grading and I hear homework. And I just, you know, conversations that we've had at Skyline have, you know, homework is a piece of the grading pie. And that grading piece is really demonstrating what students know, the academic proficiency that they demonstrate. And so many of our teachers have gone away from homework categories, even in their grade book, and putting so much weight on quizzes and tests and assessments and projects. So when we talk about homework and students having too much homework, like we talk at Skyline about homework really being that practice and feedback component of grading. And the data is pretty clear too, that actually self-assessment through homework where kids can reflect on that is actually more beneficial beneficial than teachers providing, written feedback on that homework. So I think homework is a piece of grading, but we talk a lot about best practices when it comes to grading. So I just think, I think from a homework standpoint, as long as teachers are using it in best practice when it comes to making sure that it's focused on practice and feedback, that's the best practice.
Keith, we lost about 6 people midway through your sentence. The room just blew up.
I was looking and taking notes, and I looked back up, half the board was gone.
We should probably wait for Marnie to come back, or I don't know how that works for you. I know you have 3.
We have a quorum.
Well, it's funny.
If Harlan's there, let me text Ann.
Okay.
Well, as I was talking, up at the top of my phone, it kept saying like, and more left, Harlan left. And I was like,
well, that's right.
Going? So
you couldn't see all the tiles move.
No, I was just
something I
as
said.
I was talking because I didn't know what was going on.
Well, we'll just pause.
Harlan's
I don't know
there.
if you can hear me though.
We can.
You can. But the entire district office appears to. Oh, internet went down at district.
Well, Suzanne, what does that, or Harlan or Sydney, what does that mean for you?
We're legal. I mean, but it's a retreat. So it doesn't make sense to really go when you're missing 2 board members. Marnie says rebooting it now.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how long it takes to reboot the internet. I'm not a technical person.
Let's see, Harlan, try to talk again. I think he's trying.
I mean, district just has to switch over to a generator and then can re-power everything.
Okay.
But just responding to,
we can't hear you.
I
Harlan.
agree with what you're saying. Wow.
We've lost you, Harlan.
Sorry, Harlan. It's really Darth Vader-like. Can I ask a basic question while we're waiting to see if we can get folks back? And of course, my login went away. So just on the basic things of grades, when I look in family access today, I still have it up. It says it's gonna expire soon, but not yet. There just seems like there's a lot more columns now, and I frankly don't understand what they're all for. So MT1, Q1, MT2, Q2, S2.
Yeah, that part's fairly
We used to have all these before.
Yeah, that is about how the grading calendar is divided into increments. So at MT1, for example, that's midway through quarter 1. And quarter 1 is sort of an official grading period, if you will.
Okay.
And so it signals to teachers, it's that and our grading calendar. They know by when they have to have grades done, posted, finished, right?
It's contractually when they post them. So like it's the midway between, you divide everything in half. So semesters in half and then the quarters in half. And so there's 8 periods over the course of the whole school year, 4 of each semester. And then that correlates with when teachers have to contractually post official grades.
Yep, just chunks of time.
And so half of them have grades in it. Many of them are yellow, except for MT1. So does that mean MT1 is finished?
It's finished.
That's finished. And the rest,
Right.
The rest have all the same grade. Okay, good. But which one are we working on now?
Q1.
So it'll stay that way like throughout semester 1 because midterm 1 will factor into all of semester 1. So it won't officially reset until semester 2. So for high school students, I'm assuming you're looking at your 9th graders. So high school, I was like, if you were looking at elementary, that'd be a problem. So basically the first 4 are all cumulative adding up towards the end of semester 1. And then the next 4 will start refresh all the way at the 5th one. And then the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th will all be adding at the 4 different grade periods, all leading up to the final semester grade. And only the S1 grade and the S2 grade will go on the transcript eventually when those terms are complete.
Awesome.
Okay, I don't know if you guys saw that Harlan was responding to Keith in the chat. Actually, Keith, you're on your phone, so I don't know if you can read the chat. It says, I agree with your sentiments, but our question is, how do we ensure that this is adopted district-wide with 100% fidelity? That is why I worry that there will be gaps and opportunities until we have a board policy.
Mm.
Well, and I'd have to.
Go ahead, Don. Go ahead, Don.
No, it's fine, Keith.
I guess there are variations in grading practices from teacher to teacher, from department to department, and I think that that's what we have because we don't have that uniform, and I don't know of too many districts that do have that uniform grading policy, if any. That teachers still have the autonomy to set up the grade book how they see fits their class and their content the best. We have had departments that have gotten together and said, as a department, this is the best grading practice for us, and we're going to implement that. But there is still variation in terms of categories in the grade book, in terms of number of retakes and the lengths of how long you can turn in assignments, that does vary across our building. And as long as teachers are communicating that to families, I think that's the important piece, is that from the start of every class, every semester, that syllabus should clearly outline to students and parents exactly what the grading expectations are.
And some of it too, I think, is about responding to the needs of the particular kids in front of you that period, that year. And I think that's one of the reasons that our teachers do differentiate, and they might alter even a grading practice from their syllabus to meet that particular student's needs, because whatever they had tried and hoped would work for everybody isn't working for that student. And so they might actually flex and change something for that kid. And ultimately we want that. I think I share Keith's sentiments. I don't know of any district where departments have policies that cross high schools. Maybe they're out there. Of our size, I'm not aware of any, and that would probably be something that would have to, I imagine, get to the bargaining table at some point. Sean, sorry.
And at the core of what we're talking about, at least at Skyline, is that grades should represent what students know. What is the academic proficiency? Like, that's the core of our talk about grades. When we talk about homework at Skyline, we talk about how those grades can be thoughtful ways to implement practice and feedback to students. That's the homework component of it. And we have a lot of teachers that don't put any grading weight on homework itself. A majority of the grade is dependent on assessments such as quizzes or tests or projects or presentations, that actually homework is not even a piece of the overall grade when you talk about what exactly students know.
Yeah, and Harlan is commenting, that means your grade could depend on who your teacher is, not necessarily what you know. Now, I think you sort of responded to that when you said that oftentimes departments would get together and adopt a uniform policy, which is half the battle. I mean, it's still, there's still an issue that, you know, a B+ at Skyline could mean something different than a B+ at Issaquah. And I mean, the board struggles with that too, because on the one hand, yeah, we could create a policy and say, thou must do this. And I know that would be received really, really badly by the teachers. We know this, right? Top-down mandates rarely do what you want them to in the classroom. So we're struggling with this because it doesn't seem fair that if I'm in Miss Smith's class, I can take my test 5 times, but if I'm in Miss Jones's class, you know, I take it once and that's it, that's my grade. So, you know, that's where, and I appreciate that so many teachers are moving in the directions that we want them to move. It's great progress, but when some are moving and others are lagging, that's when it's like, did we just make the problem worse? So that's sort of.
And you're correct.
You're
correct. There is differentiation across teachers, but that's where, you know, I think at most schools, we try to rely on that collaboration in content grade level groups to do planning and do preparation and create common assessments so that you can get consistency from teacher A U.S. history and teacher B U.S. history. So it's a combination of of creating that environment where teachers can collaborate and create lessons and align activities to standards, but also have those common assessments too that they utilize. And that's the core piece of what they're determining a student's grade of.
I also think there's multiple ways to do something well, right? So like I even think if there could be two teachers within a department having slightly different approaches, or from department to department, and both could actually be following the spirit of the grading practices and have just slight like nuances that are different, and they both could be strong and be working for students. And so I think to me, like my biggest focus has been trying to figure out where is it not working, and how do we create either coaching or, you know, policies, whether they're building level or a board policy, that address the ones that aren't working. Because I think variation and variety is good when it's successful. It's just not, it's digging down to where it's not working. That's the hard part to identify.
Yeah, and trust me, the board doesn't really want to be saying you must do it this way. But we are trying to figure out what can we do as a board, and maybe there's nothing, but I don't know. What could we do as a board to sort of push this ship through the turn? And I don't know why I'm managing this meeting other than
You're pinch hitting, Suzanne.
and me here now.
You're doing great.
I've been adding people when I see them. I'm helping.
Oh, good, because I wasn't actually seeing that at all.
Yeah, so I did Josh and Jason. Like I've been adding them in.
Got admin, but we don't have the board.
Marnie and Ann should be coming in shortly.
Okay.
We'll
And
have three.
Harlan is just flipping out and keeps participating in the comments.
Admitting Marnie, admitting Ann. I've got the power. This has made this such a painful day, I'll be honest.
This is just the dumbest meeting we've ever had.
This is so painful today.
This is worse than the flooding. It was, I saw Josh's thing and I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
It was flooding the day we had, it was flooding our issue, not snow.
Flooding.
Oh, and Marnie, let me just update you that Harlan has blipped out so many times. He keeps putting his comments in the chat.
Okay, which I can't see.
Okay, well, I'll keep an eye on it.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye.
I mean, I can't see his past ones, right? So when you come back in, you can't see any of the past.
Okay, we're current on all of his comments.
We're clear.
Group and hopefully responded to.
And I thought I hadn't scheduled enough time for this.
Yes, for me, if I was to pull out my theme of the retreat, because I do feel very conflicted when it comes to these two topics around homework and grading. And I feel conflicted, and I think the COVID world for sure is a different world. But I guess the question I have is, what I loved is where you all started, which is around the surveying you're doing in your different communities and how you are, how you're gaining feedback, how you're gaining insights. I would love to hear a bit more about what's the normal participation rate in getting the feedback? How does course correction happen or not? What is the mechanisms in place to hear, which I love that you're doing the survey, but like how many people normally respond, and how do they get actioned?
Any takers?
I think it varies based on like the level of detail we're going into in the survey, or like what our purpose is, right? So my beginning of the year survey that I did, and I'm sure Keith can speak to his that he has open right now, like how he's planning on using his and wherever Sean's at with his, but our beginning of the year one was more of a broad survey about how just COVID remote learning is going in general. So we had some questions about Canvas, and we had some questions about, you know, homework and the schedule that's different, the use of nest time and SEL and stuff like that. So it was a bigger, broader survey to students, but we had 1,800 students participate, which given our full-time running start numbers, that's good. I think that's probably one of the higher responses in surveys that I've had. And I don't know if we did it within SEL. So it's like designated time as with a teacher kind of facilitating that. So I think moving forward, anything we want to get strong results from, that might be how we go about it. And so I think the way we use that survey was just providing candid feedback to teachers about what's going well for students and what they can consider making some small adjustments on. And so homework was a piece of that. If we were going to do one that was just around homework or grading practices, I think it'd be, you know, slightly different. So I think we have to kind of thoughtfully plan ahead of what we really want to get out of a homework survey. And like I mentioned before, if we do it over like a spread out days of time to really gauge how bad is the problem on a day-to-day basis versus, you know, the worst day when students are providing unsolicited feedback. So I think that's something that we've been really trying to capture too, is how to word, even just the wording of surveys can sometimes be tricky. So
we know. So the question, so this idea, right? So 1,800 is out of, what do you have, 2,400?
I have 2,500 active students, and I know Ron will probably shake his head at me because FTE, it's like 22 something, but there's 2,500 children that we're responsible for in some way through Running Start, or, you know, home base accessing some of their electives here, et cetera. But full-time students that are here most of their day is closer to like 21, 22.
So that kind of return rate is just unheard of. That's phenomenal. So I love the placing of it. That seems amazing. And then, and this I'd love to know for each of the buildings, what is the structure that you have that reviews that? So do you have like a building leadership team structure? Do you have a, like, how does that work? The surveys come in and it goes to these people and we disseminate it in this, our learnings, our thoughts in this way.
I can speak to our process. We have a very similar proportional return rate to Issaquah, where we had the last survey I did, we have 1,100 responses, and we're closer to, if you take out Running Start, about 14, the high 1,500s, low 1,400s. So still, you know, pretty strong response rate. So what we'll do is when we gather that back, I share it with my admin team and then with department chairs, and then we use that to present to the full staff. So I'll kind of pull out the main themes and some quotes and ideas. And I had one of the first ones I did, I think the kids would contribute to the first words of how things are going. It contribute to a word graphic that I would show to the staff as our starting point for our discussion, to kind of see the big theme that they're saying is exhaustion. And you can see that because that was sort of a good kickoff for that part of our conversation. So I would kind of pull out the bigger themes and ideas and data points to share with the whole staff, but the more granular and the sort of the point by point would be with the admin team and with the department chair team.
Okay, so Harlan had put a comment in the comment box. Again, going back to kind of how we do things and having it be more systematic. We don't treat heart attacks differently no matter what hospital you go in. That would be malpractice. So why would we allow such variation in equitable grading practices? So question, comment there for people to think about. And really, as a board, I think that is our concern, is that we know that a lot of work has been done either on the side of grading or grading and homework, but that we've created a total system of inequities. Now we've made it to where, you know, we were blind to the inequities to now we know that every classroom is different, and it can be different in a school building. I can have one health teacher that's just an absolute nightmare that has, you know, things on their chart of things that we have to cover that aren't in the standards. And the next one's easy peasy. I've never had a day of homework. We just learn in class and that's it. And so that's when we start talking about inequities. Those are some of the other ones that really fall on your student gets a certain experience if they're in even just a class or a school that has embraced one policy, but we haven't made that the rules across the board. You know, my teacher's really flexible except for my PE teacher.
Well, and that's why I feel that the work we've done to date around grading and homework has simultaneously made it better and worse, depending on whose class you're sitting in.
Well, I think I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would say worse, but I think I get what you're suggesting, Suzanne, that maybe the differences are more apparent or more palpable now. To me, this comes back to a couple things I think that principals are doing, but also some district office staff. And one thing Jason also made me think of, I wanted to mention here, our new teacher academy folks are also getting the grading principles as a part of that onboarding process. So I think there is also a time component here. I know even when I was at Skyline, I certainly didn't try not to ask staff to take on too many things at one time, because I think partly I found that if they tried to change too many components with regard to grading or homework, or both, as they are intertwined sometimes, they didn't necessarily think through it deeply enough or communicate it as well as they needed to or wanted to. So that ties back also to something Keith was saying. So much of it's about the communication and the rollout and the explanation of the new practice. So I think there is a time component there. And I think there's ongoing professional development that teachers are getting in the buildings that is uniform, even if they're not all uniformly adapting to it at the same rate. So I think there are some things that we've done really nicely that are in effect systematizing the work. We certainly aren't done. By no means would I say that we're done.
Can I ask a clarifying question about Harlan's question that kind of Marnie's asking the group, and hopefully Harlan can hear me because it's probably more a question for him, but maybe the group, and put it in the chat. But I think that I'm just more curious about what the board is referring to in terms of the, like, what are you pointing to as far as a need for commonalities? So talking about like the PE department from earlier, the need to have more flexible late work policy as part of homework and grading versus like totally lockstep consistency, like the heart attack reference. Because to me, I think teaching and teachers would say, as Suzanne alluded to earlier, teachers would be upset with, top down, this is how you're going to do things. I think they would view their practice as more of an art than treating a heart attack. And it's an art where you're responding to different needs of students. So sometimes you get a period of students that are super chatty, and they just want to chat, and you can't quiet them down because they're excited to interact with one. And then other times as a teacher, I remember sitting there awkwardly asking a question, everyone's just staring at each other, right? So I'm trying to just, mostly just from a curiosity perspective, understand, are we just trying to create some, or I should say you, if you're talking about a board policy, are you trying to create some consistent pieces to make sure we're reducing the problems of flexibility for students, to make sure that there's access to making sure that they can always like improve their grade and get to, demonstrate proficiency throughout the term? Or are we talking about, consistent categories and Skyward and exactly the same policy? So, because I think that there's variation there in terms of the heart attack analogy, as far as what's consistent versus what's artistic freedom.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see his response?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say Harlan's response was not lockstep, but every student should have the opportunity to demonstrate mastery. So every teacher building should have to offer a similar opportunity to demonstrate mastery.
So we're either talking about like consistency and like retake policies for math, maybe like that particular policy with growth, or multiple opportunities in terms of like reducing practice assessments leading up to a final assessment, things like that, rather than just overall similarities.
Right, maybe so that it doesn't have to be exactly the same. If a teacher does it, gives their multiple opportunities in somehow a different way. To your point of it's an art, how each teacher might do that. But the more consistency, the better, because to the example of, and I have twins, right? I've had twins go through school taking the exact same courses with two different teachers, right? Same course. And one will just have so much busy work with it, and another one doesn't. That's more about the homework than the actual grading piece, but you really see the differences when you have twins taking the same course with two different teachers and very different experiences.
And I think that's the inequality that is really foundational, is what happens it's one thing if the English department wants to get together, district English heads get together and say, what kind of homework do we think is important in, we're doing these book clubs. How do we want that to translate into learning? What kind of assessments will we be doing? What kind of homework will we be giving? But that if I'm taking an English class at Skyline, it's not 10 times harder than taking an English class at Liberty. Or that if I'm taking an English class with Mrs. Jones, that it's not 3 times more work than having Mr. Smith at the same school. I think those are the things that we still have those embedded, and we've given a lot of artistic freedom. And because of that, there's a lot of people coloring outside and inside different lines where, before it was color by numbers kind of, but you could use whatever color crayon you wanted. And now there's we've blurred the lines. There's no number that says this has to be some sort of red. It can be purple or green or orange. And so now you're looking at paintings that are very different. Sydney.
We're next to each other, at least in my window. So I think that question that Andrew just asked is the question for me. Because as I sit here, I'm like, as I said, I'm conflicted. I just feel very conflicted on this topic. So what is it we think we want? Are we saying that it is the operational things we want to be as similar and structured as possible? So kiddos can depend on that operating environment, the number of chances to retake, the the pace of the course. Maybe that's not even in my category. I am struggling with this idea, and maybe it's because I don't see it as a negative, that the 2 kids having the same course and 2 different teachers feeling different is a bad thing. And so maybe what I am not hearing, I understand we want them to have the same amount of chances to succeed. We want to have the same amount of rework. I love, the no zero thing. I think that's a very interesting conversation. But to me, it seems like as a board, we'd have to get a lot more finite on what are those things that must be similar, we believe should be similar in the operating environment that we're talking about, because, and I don't know how this lands on anybody, but for me, having the 2 teachers that are.
And now we've lost Sydney. Okay, we've lost you. I think it's interesting because I wanted to respond to that. There's something as far as, I don't mind if there's some level of freedom. I mean, you can have a PE class. Let's say you had a PE class and one was taught by a drill sergeant and the other was taught by a yoga instructor. It's probably going to feel very different. But in the end, as long as they have the same guidelines for this is what we need to teach, and this is essentially how much work you think it's going to take to get there, they'll be different, but you'll still be able to achieve those goals. And as a student, I know that in the end, I'm still going to have to be able to do 50 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. And whether it's the yoga instructor or the drill sergeant, they're going to get me to that end.
True. But I think as an extension of that, if you had the drill sergeant who said, well, on top of what you do in my class, you have to do 100 hours a week outside because we're going to require a lot of you. Where the other instructor says, oh, we don't need to do anything outside. Everything is in the class, right? I think
you have to do 50 hours of meditation.
Yeah.
Well, and to add to that, to me, there's just some fundamental things like, I don't want to have one teacher who thinks it's okay to give me a 0 for a missing assignment and the other teacher says, well, it's 50. I don't want to have one teacher who says, right, okay, you have 2 opportunities to take this test, and the other teacher says, you can take this however many times you need until you demonstrate mastery. I mean, there's some fundamental things. And when I said earlier that I think we're simultaneously better and worse was probably the wrong word. I think by moving many of the teachers to a better place, we've created an inequity that didn't exist before because everybody was kind of doing it, I don't want to say badly, but not as well as they could have been. Now we have some teachers that are doing great and other teachers who are are sticking with the old rules. So now we have a different problem.
I'm sorry, I'm back. I'm surprised it took me that long today to get thrown off. But I guess it's those things when you're saying like, what are those, the list of the actual things that we're talking about? Otherwise, it just seems like too big of a, point. Like the no zeros, the number of times to mastery, the number of times a retake. I think it has to be a much more finite list. But I would like to answer that question. Like, do we see that there's some greater harm from difference between instructors that I'm maybe just not seeing? Am I gone? Have I?
No, you're there, Sydney.
Okay.
I really think
Like, I don't
everybody
have an
is
answer to that.
pondering.
Just no one responded. I was going back to the notes I took way back when Harlan and I met on this and talked about should we try to work any of this into policy? And the things that we talked about were multiple opportunities to demonstrate mastery, consistent grading practices policies within a department. We actually also talked about across schools, but I understand that's much harder to do. Eliminating zeros. Do averages make sense? Like if I get a C, a B, and an A, but the work is cumulative, should that be a B minus or should that be an A? What's the policy on late work? Because some people think, you can't have late work. Other people say fine. And then it should all be about demonstrating mastery. Those were just real quick notes that I took, like, I don't know, 10 months ago before COVID.
So I like all those. Those seem like practical items. I feel like we were going a little broader. And maybe what I can talk myself into anything. And maybe the difference is in high school, do you get to select the teacher? Unlike at higher ed, you have an opportunity to do a little bit of selection. So I don't know if maybe that's the concern, that it's this weird luck of the draw you get.
It's completely the luck of the draw on what teacher you
Which sort
get.
of makes it cool. I kind of like that. So I like
that. Trying to create every English class should look exactly the same. I don't think anybody on the board's trying to go that far.
Okay, good. Because that's where I was a little.
Donna's going, yeah, good, because that's not going to happen. But just that these key policies of how we evaluate student progress should be similar.
I think one of the things that,
I was just going to say quickly, I think you missed my yoga instructor versus drill instructor analogy.
I came in right at the end of drill instructor, but again.
So both of them, at the expectation, the student needs to get to being able to do 100 sit-ups, 50 push-ups, and a yoga instructor or a drill sergeant as your instructor. The goal is the same. But we still want that broad, who knows, the colorfulness of what different instructors bring to the table. Okay, now Donna, I'm sorry.
I may have lost my notion, but I think one of the things that I think gets at the heart of Sydney's question, at least for me, is that I think we've done a lot of work to get away from personalizing grades in a way that was not about the learning objectives. So I think one of the things that when we separated out compliance, for example, from academic skill demonstration, we made really big gains. I think there's broad understanding that that's supposed to be the root of a grade now in high school. I think for many it already was, but it either cemented that and helped them like revisit their practices in light of that, and maybe also equipped them to talk with colleagues about that, lead departments, for example. But I think that was really, really key. I think because kids are going to come at me in all different flavors, sizes, shapes, right? And with different readinesses. But if I can take them and bring them to a place where they can demonstrate skill, without attributing anything to those differences in the kids or overly personalizing the way they approach me, then I've kept the thing about what the thing is about, and that's learning. So for me, I think getting that compliance piece out, whether it's the, Ron was fond of talking about bring in the box of Kleenex, or the food drive cans, that may still be something that someone wishes to do, but it is not really commonly in our grade books. I think that's now a thing of the past. So that's just an example, but I think high school folks took that really to heart in terms of not mixing compliance issues in with grades. And to me, that was fundamentally important work toward our equity goal.
Oh, so are they still doing that at PLMS, Harlan? So because Harlan fit in, definitely not true, that they're still doing that at Pine Lake. So that she did say high school, so maybe we need to make sure the middle schools understand that as well.
Well, I do remember when Jared was at Skyline and he got extra points in his financial algebra class for wearing Skyline gear on Friday. But that was a long time ago, so I acknowledge that's probably better now.
We still count that, but that's for the ACs. It's just for class competitions.
Okay.
Not grade book.
Yeah, I'm interested, Director Gallinger, more about Pine Lake and exactly where that's coming from, because that has been a piece that we've worked on with all my buildings, admin staff. A classic example to piggyback on what Donna mentioned was food drive was always a classic quote unquote participation type grade. Or was leveraged by some staff for that. So yeah, I would be curious to hear more, because I agree, those things should not be considered part of an academic grade because they're not academic. So I'd be happy to reach out to Pine Lake and dig on that.
Well, it's with everything, every time we bring about talking about homework, it always comes back to grading. But really wanted, I don't know that the board had talked as much. I know we heard from the principals and from the admin, going back to the idea of practice, that homework is practice, an extension of learning from the classroom, or right now a makeup of lost learning minutes. But I really wanted to get the board sense of what your expectation of homework is. I think one of the things, I was speaking with some students that had shared at an event up in Sammamish, and they were talking about mental health, but afterwards I wanted to ask them some other questions. And I'm like, tell me a book that you were assigned in one of your English classes that you were just so thankful you read. And Skyline students, so I expected that they did all their reading and they wrote some type of essay, and they're like, yeah, none of them. Not one could think of a book that said, you know what, I would have been glad just to read this, to read it, or I got something out of that assignment. Those are the kind of things that really concern me, is that the difference between Gibson Eck and our other high schools is that students get to reflect on things that they're interested in. And so they dive deeper because they have an interest. My daughter, for some reason, decided that multi-level marketing schemes were abhorrent to her, and she needed to find out everything she could about them and why people buy into them. And it just fed her idea that they're evil. But she got to dive into that, and she could look at statistics, and she could look at studies, and she could look at finances, and was able to dive into so many different things. And I'm just wondering, from our high schools, it concerns me that a senior in high school can sit back and say, of all the books that I read, not one of them was I glad that I read by the time I was done. And that was just heartbreaking. And this was a high achieving student. Likely, he was on, I think, probably on the stage at his high school graduation. And so I just wanted to get feedback from the board or from staff, or when we start talking, for me, homework is connected to meaningfulness of learning. And maybe that's the broader topic for me. Boy, this is reminding me of when I'm in chat.
Well,
to say something like, oh, I am a
I-
track.
I'm trying to let my principals jump in here. The other day, all of us are parents, right? And Jason and Josh too. We all have at least 2 at home. I think Josh has the record with 3. And we find sometimes our kids just need to complain or get something off their chest. So my own kid could have given that same response any day of the week, and you'd get a different response if you asked him 12 hours later after a large snack and a good night's sleep. So like I just, with kids, there are times you just don't know how they're going to respond or react. And I think one of the really important pieces of public education and the work that we all do and share in is that we do expose kids to things they maybe wouldn't have chosen for themselves. And I do think that's pretty important work. Of course, we always want to make it meaningful and bring them into that larger conversation about how and why it matters. I totally appreciate the sentiment. But I just know all the teenagers I've known over the last 20 years, that's not something that surprises me at all. But I would dig a little more and want to know kind of where that's coming from and what that's about. If a kid just has a passion in a totally different area and they just don't actually like to read for fun at all, or what else is going on for that student, I don't know. I would have a lot of questions. I'd be curious.
I remember back to the post-grad surveys. I know we do our in-house one, and I imagine we probably have the same question, but in the one that we used to do, they would ask, like, what did you feel like you would have taken more of in high school? And it was always interesting that there were a number of the core classes that the kids had a greater appreciation for what they could have gotten out of high school once they were beyond. So some of it's just a maturity and developmental.
I was going to say that, but also like varies by subject. So as Donna alluded to, we all, a lot of us are parents. I have a 4th grader and a 1st grader, and my 4th grader is like writing his own novel, right? So he's like sitting there on his free time when he has a recess break, he wants to like work on the next chapter in his novel. Where my 1st grader is a competitive dancer and he does not want to write a single word on a piece of paper, and it's like pulling teeth. So if you ask them like how school is going about writing, right? Or like just that particular subject, reading and writing, wildly different responses with 2 children with the same genetic makeup, like home situation and quality teachers, right? So I'm just curious, like Donna said, I have questions like about that student. If that is that student just a student who doesn't love the humanities, like doesn't like the reading and writing, like my 1st grade son, and they're more of a STEM focus, or I would want to know what books did they read as a former language arts teacher myself, because I'm like, there had to be one. But I think that's one of the huge benefits to the 7-period day is the amount of students that are, while there's this homework balance of like, now I have more classes with more homework, there's more access to electives within the day that maybe they have something they're like super excited about. It might not have been a novel, but something else. So I think those 2 pieces are interesting combinations of like getting them more access to that while still having other classes they might not love as much that have work to do.
Well, and part of my conversation with this young man was also around, he had said that there was an assignment that they were given to write about something in class. And he's like, I wanted to write from this perspective about this specific thing. He's like, but I was told, no, you need to be writing about this over here. So his interest level in that just was killed because, it was about World War II, but he wanted to focus on this area over here. And he was like, no, this is the area you need to focus on. And he's like, it just sucked all the life out of him not having, when we talk about some of that artistic freedom, not having the artistic freedom about the expression on the student's part. And so I guess that the way it feeds into homework is when you're asking a student to take additional time, what is it doing? Now I get in the math and sciences, that's going to be a lot of practice in that area. In language arts, it's going to be a lot of reading. And so I guess it's about making that time meaningful and worth doing.
And Marnie, I think you bring up an interesting point because you mentioned earlier about Gibson Eck. This is maybe, we always talked about, well, we would do this at Gibson Eck with this project-based learning and students following their bliss. And then we would look at it and say, now what from that experience can we bring back into our comprehensive high schools? And I think exactly what you're talking about there with broader choice in how you do the assignment. Now, it's a history assignment. It doesn't mean you can go write a creative novel or something. But if you want to write your history assignment from a different perspective, or I don't know, whatever you were talking about before, that's the kind of choice that, you know, if you're more engaged in the process, you're going to learn more. So I just wonder if that isn't, and we're drifting off a little ways from homework, but that's the kind of thing we can take from Gibson Neck and figure out how to bring back into our teaching in the larger high schools. Just my 2 cents.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the clock and we're at about 2:45. And I know that in our parking lot is still some executive limitations. So one of the things we can do is take an early break and then get back to it and let the principals go back to their jobs that are probably stacking up. The emails are stacking up, the phone calls.
I would like to ask for one thing before they go.
Yeah.
I would love to learn more about what you get back in your surveys and how's it going. That would be awesome.
Yeah. And especially around that area of recalibrating and what would that look like?
Marnie, I'm not going to share what I wanted to share because I know you all have been talking and I've been in and out of the conversation. I apologize, trying to manage some other work-related issues along the way. But first of all, I wanted to thank the 3 principals. You know, I surely know that some of you on the board who have been there for a while know this is a tough conversation that gets right at the heart of what teachers do. And you know, I really appreciated that last bit of the conversation about how it's can be very dependent upon the individual student as well. So anyway, I think there's clearly more to talk about this. I don't want us to be naive to think, though, that as we move in the direction or the board moves in the direction of adopting some procedures or practices or policy, it'll be an interesting conversation with teachers because I know this is a very sensitive issue for them as well. Doesn't mean we shouldn't take it on. I mean, boy, we've been working at this for a long time, and I do feel like we have moved the system. We just haven't moved it exactly where we would like it to be. But so more to come on that, I'm sure. And I apologize kind of for my in and out nature. I've been kind of like our power grid today, in and out, in and out. So, but I did want to thank the principals as well, because I know you've got a lot on your plate, and this issue is one that you kind of deal with on a frequent basis, depending on what's coming into your inbox from students and families as well. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
And thank you, Donna.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your participation. And yeah, and my apologies that sometimes I have a whole wish to kind of reimagine school just in general. Heard a little bit today. Okay, so we'll take a till 3 o'clock. I have 2:48, so that's a 12-minute break, and we'll come back
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I guess I can just use I don't need to be on the phone with you.
Okay, I'll hang up too.
Okay.
Okay, what do I do?
Okay, so I believe that if you just if you hover over your name, it says mute and then more.
Yeah.
If you click on more, does
Yeah.
it give you an option of assigning someone else as a host?
No.
Okay.
My audio, stop video, rename, pin, spotlight for everyone, and hide self-view.
Okay.
Diane, I think you have to click on participants and then you get to click on more.
Okay.
And so when you go to a participant's name, I see Diane and Ron are both co-hosts and Suzanne as host. But
Right.
on the participant, if you hover over them, then you get the more.
I just
where
made you the host. Wait a minute. Yes. You are now the host, Diane.
Okay, great. And so I'm going to create a breakout room for the executive session. Thank you, Suzanne.
No problem.
Did Jake tell me 3:30 for the exec session, Diane?
Yes, he did. And he's got this link as well.
Got it.
And I have not created a breakout room before, but there's always a first. I think I better call Stephen.
Okay, I'm back. So in our EL discussion, we didn't actually get to any word changing. We talked a bit on EL2 about the level of complaints. We talked about what we thought of around the discrimination. We talked about consolidating EL2. But I don't know that we got into, we talked about the lack of clarity around retaliation. So some of those reporting, how do you report a complaint and access that? So I don't know where we sit with that. And then we didn't even touch EL 11 and all my data is back home on what we were going to talk about on that.
EL 11 had to do with, and I'm not looking at it right now, but it was consistent discipline and we wanted to change it to equitable discipline or something of that nature. And I will try to.
About 25 minutes until our executive session.
That one we might be able to tackle.
That was which EL, Susan?
11.
Yeah, and I think that's what I recall too, Suzanne, and it was, I thought it was a really good word change, and I think it was.
And it was, I think it's the very first sentence, the superintendent shall not fail to establish and consistently enforce policies to maintain blah, blah, blah. And I think instead of consistently, we wanted to say equitably. Does that ring any bells with anybody?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And is that the only place we say it?
Now that gets into some thoughts, because I am wondering if we stop doing it consistently, but rather do it equitably, will there be this accusation that we are letting some kids get away with things and not letting other kids get away with things?
Can it be consistent and equitable?
That's what I was wondering.
I was just gonna say that, but I had to find my unmute. I mean, because you could use both words there. I mean, it
both
could be
Sydney, does that scratch the itch if we use both?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because we know that people are consistently inequitable. So I think using both are good.
Okay.
But oh wait, Harlan's typing more. I lost track of yesterday. We said we were talking about consolidation, but I think he said that's 2 and 12. I was just about to ask that question. Which ones was it yesterday?
2 and 12.
I've also thrown in 3, EL3 too. So I went once.
Maybe a restructuring of those 3 is really at the core of that.
So 11 wasn't impacted by that. So I think that's a good change. Then that would be a good standalone.
Right. And was this the only suggested change on EL 11?
I believe so. It's all I had written down. But
Yeah, I actually went back and found the original document, Marnie, and in there, the suggestion was equitable enforcement of discipline.
Right, but then you also have to look at item number 4 that specifically calls out superintendent probably shall not fail to ensure that all policies and procedures regarding discipline are enforced consistently using reasonable judgment.
I would check there as well.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep, consistency and equitable, I think, makes a lot of sense.
Where is our policies? There we go, governance policies.
I think the whole work around EL2, EL12, potentially even EL3 and EL1, I think that's going to require a subcommittee. I don't think that's something we can hammer here. We might want to have more conversation around it.
That's what I was thinking, is it's getting a more robust so that whoever that subcommittee is can go off and work a better understanding.
12, we would need to decide whether we will do consolidation and reorganization. Then we would wordsmith an adjuster after, and he just volunteered.
Yep.
Good
Well,
job.
Harlan made that suggestion yesterday about
Suzanne,
one.
Wait a minute. Wait, what?
Well, I think he likes how you take the lead on that stuff. That's a smart move there. Yeah.
Well played,
I'll volunteer to do it if you do all the work. But to his credit, Harlan did have, I got my notes here from yesterday about a treatment of people EL that would combine EL2 with EL12.
Yeah.
Or take the elements of those two. So you may have one that's about learning environment. So you'd have a different EL12 and then a different EL2 that would be about the people. That was kind of from my notes from yesterday.
Right.
I actually really want to rename that one because it's always bothered me that we have treatment of people and then we talk about students like there's some other category besides people. So, although I guess people is supposed to be all inclusive of community, students, staff, I think.
I don't know that it is because we have the separate one on students.
Right, but if we
have a teenager, whoever developed that.
It says parents, citizens, and students, so that's terrible wordsmithing right there. But yeah, it's parents, citizens, and students, so change that to community members.
Community members.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done there, I guess.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Yeah,
you were saying you're going to do it, right? I guess I'm going to.
I guess.
You know, he could have said, I would volunteer for Suzanne, but he said with Suzanne. So at least you have
inclusive language right there. Good example. Questions, Suzanne, did we ever, we may have already actioned it, but that one around citizenship?
Yeah, ends 3. No.
I asked Marnie about that yesterday. Could we just calendar it? Because I think we were in agreement. And we would just need to calendar a first read and a second read. Unless, did you want to talk about it more? I don't mean to be presumptive.
No, I just remembered it as one that was out there that we said we were going to tackle.
Yeah, there. I was looking, I had notes somewhere. I've lost them, of course.
Well, I still have to do agenda planning for next week. Can you believe next week?
I don't think we had decided that part yet, Harlan, what the word was changing to. I don't remember.
Okay.
I said community member. Oh, no, citizenship. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've got it. Let me just pull it up. I actually have this one. It's the only one I have.
People live as responsible members of society or something.
Okay. We talked about changing citizenship to civic engagement. And then we said students will live as responsible members of the community. Now, I'm open to something else, but that's what I had written down that we discussed in another retreat in another lifetime.
Yeah, those still sound good to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's anything in the bullets that's a problem because understanding freedom, rights, and responsibilities of being an American citizen, that's still appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
It's just when we talk about citizenship, it feels like we're just immediately excluding 25% of the community.
I got the thumbs up from Harlan.
I saw that. So Marnie, if we can just calendar a first read and a second read for that, it should take about 2 minutes.
Okay, so we can do that at the first read at the next board meeting. So like I said, that we haven't set up the agenda for that yet. In fact, Harlan, if you're going to be out, Ron took the time that we were thinking about tomorrow, and he's going to have to meet with our potential executive director of communications. So I might have to do that on my own if you're abandoning me for a vacation. But we'll include that. And we're also going to include, I have to send this because I've just, sorry, I've not even thought about my emails and stuff like that. But Jerry Blackburn sent a proclamation because it is Substance Use Abuse Awareness Month. And because of ITC's work with our students, and that's primarily their focus is on our students, that I said we would consider that proclamation. The city of Issaquah is doing one as well. So I have that and I need to send it to staff and to you guys to be able to see ahead of time and then give me your thoughts on that. I know we don't do a ton of these, and so it feels weird to do 2 in a month, but I felt.
We can make October proclamation month. We can proclaim it.
You can proclaim it. You're ahead of me. Oh, sorry, son.
Oh, you're getting sun.
Okay, so that only took 15 minutes for us to figure that out. Was there anything else as far as the executive limitations? Because we have not done the sit through each one and read them together. And I think we usually do that in the winter, and we usually, well, we don't do the ELs. We do that with the other stuff.
GPs.
And yeah.
ESLs.
And the GPs, ESLs. So I don't know if there's other ones that you guys have considered, like, oh, by the way.
You know, I would have to go back through my notes. It feels like
has a good one.
Did have other ones.
Harlan in chat said, can we discuss whether we would add grading policy to a new learning environment EL 12? Equitable grading practices.
We had this, you know, again, I have to go back to my notes. We had this conversation after Harlan and I went off and had that meeting back in February. And I think actually we did make some changes, but we didn't make changes around grading. And I can't remember whether we were tabling it, or I think actually at one point we suggested something that just terrified Ron. And maybe so we paused. But yeah, I have to go back and find my notes.
That's what he said, the one Suzanne listed.
Oh, yeah. Well, because I was reading off of the notes that I had from his and my coffee meeting back in February before, you know, in the other lifetime.
And was that the ones around, I don't think I wrote them down.
Around multiple opportunities to demonstrate mastery, consistent grading policies within departments, eliminating zeros. Do averages make sense? What about late work?
Oh, I did write those down. Oh, I did. Wait, that's the stuff I did write down.
Still, son. See, you guys are sensible and don't face out the window. There we go.
Okay, so Ron, Harlan said the standalone that scared you.
I want to clarify. I think that the idea of establishing some common sense, if you will, grading practices in policy is not a bad idea. I really don't. And most of the things you listed off would be simple for me to endorse. My only thing that I want the board to go into it eyes wide open. And this is what I didn't share in the last conversation with the principals there. You're fighting up against literally a century of tradition of teachers being in charge of how they grade students. And I will tell you, when I came to this district in 2001, I took over a building that was firmly grounded in site-based management. They were literally buying different curricular materials. And, you know, that era of site-based management was big in this part of the county, and Issaquah had leaned into it. I happen to believe that it was a bad policy, I don't know, disaster is a strong word, but I do not believe it was a good thing for public education. And so for 20 years that I've been here, we've been systematically trying to make this more of a system and not, 25 individual little fiefdoms out there that kind of have some loose allegiance to the center, but really just want to do what we want to do. And I believe there will be, you'll get pushback on this. And I don't know exactly what form or shape it will take, and I hope I'm wrong, but I can certainly imagine a world in which somebody says, oh, you want to tell me now how I have to grade my students. Okay, I just want you to know I believe that is a definite change in my working condition, and I would like to talk to you about how we're going to bargain the impact of that. I could see that happening. That's not a reason not to do it. I wouldn't want you to be blindsided by that 3/4 of the way through the process. And so I think we would want to have some conversations along the way with the teachers union as your work is going forward. That would be my only caution there.
Yeah, well, and I recall the whole independent, every building did its own thing was at one of the root causes of a teacher's work stoppage at another district, as I recall, or a non-settled contract. Now, that wasn't the only issue, but it was at the heart of some of their issues was when that Bellevue wanted to move to a united curriculum.
Yeah, Mike Riley was more about getting people, that was back when the change in philosophy was happening. And full disclosure, I'm a product of that change in philosophy. I'm a believer in a more centralized, I believe there's more equity in a more centralized managed school system.
Hey, Harlan.
So power's back on, hooray. So I think that this equitable practices is an important enough work that we should start talking about it. And if it's something that the teachers want to get early on in, then that's fine. But right now, what Suzanne really highlighted is that we've essentially created a more inequitable ecosystem by having some teachers adopt this and others not. And I think teachers need to own that. We can talk about how law enforcement could be contributing to this, racial discriminatory practice. I think that we need to own the part that where the education system and our teachers contribute to the school to prison pipeline. And I think part of that is our inequitable grading practices for our kids at the margins. And we're not talking about kids that are, that 80% of our students. We're really talking about that 20, but that 20 is the ones that we could have the biggest impact on. The 80% will be fine, or no matter what school they go to in the country, no matter what curriculum they have, they're going to be fine. But it's those 20% that we can really alter their trajectory, and why shouldn't we?
Any other thoughts on that? Yeah, I think that well said. I would agree that, we are working as a system to root out these inequities, and many of them are based, we're seeing results. The result of it is we're seeing disparities amongst races, amongst students with special need, amongst students who don't speak English as their native language at home. And so how do you get to the point of what are we doing that contributes to those opportunity gaps? And in some instances, for students, if they do not graduate, for the small percentage of students that don't graduate, it impacts them at a much greater rate, right? Everything in their life is impacted by that. And it is hard to push out of poverty without a high school diploma. And we know that just statistically. So That's looking at what can our grading practices, what do our grading practices do now for that bottom 20%? And how could having more equitable, not saying that they just can scoot on by and lowering the bar, but really looking at, do we have practices that inherently and disproportionately impact students towards the bottom that need the most support? I think going from that viewpoint where it's less about lowering the bar and more about how do we determine what right now pushes them under the bar and alleviating those. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
And the other thing I'd say, Ron, is that half of your system is already doing standards-based grading, right? I mean, so why do these secondary teachers feel like they need to have some special carve-out for how they do individual grading? I mean, over half your staff, since it's K-5, is on a set curriculum with a pacing, and sure, they get to personalize it, but they all must teach the same things. So we're not really asking something different from our secondary teachers than what you're asking for half of your teachers already.
It's a fair point. When and again, I may be just a nervous Nilly about this, and it may be that there's not the issue that I anticipate there would be or could be. I know in the past when these conversations have come up, I know we've heard one response was, oh, that's going to be a lot more work for me to have to do it that way. So how are you going to address that? That's one issue. Whereas, at the elementary level, it's what they've done now for a number of years. So that's just how we grade, is in a standards-based way. So,
and we did hear that during a listening session of, when we said, well, you need multiple opportunities to demonstrate mastery, and somebody, pushed back and said, well, I don't have time for that. I don't have time to sit around while kids retake portions of the test all the time or whatever. So there will be some pushback from somewhere, whether it's, a handful of teachers or a room full, I don't know.
And as far as that one, some of that they're already doing, right? Is to the point that some of the teachers are already implementing those things. Some of that is being picked up during the nest time, flex time,
yes,
you want to call it. So that workaround has already been put in place. And what I was going to add earlier to your comment, Ron, about the standards-based grading in, K-5, it wasn't always that way.
No,
so
it wasn't. Yeah,
that leap too. So there's no reason not to necessarily make a leap in the secondary.
Well, and to be clear, what I haven't heard you say you want to move them to a standards-based system. You're just kind of around the edges in my estimation. So, I'm not hearing anything that causes alarm to me. I just feel part of my job is to make sure we go into these things with our eyes open, in anticipation of what we could hear back and be able to respond to that.
Well, and I think, to be clear, we're not proposing that we go off in a dark room and do it. We will come up with a proposal, present it to the board in a public meeting, let the board push back. Dorona comes to most of our board meetings these days, so it's not going to be a secret. I mean, it'll be out there for them to respond to, and I would encourage them to respond to it. I mean, I think we want their input.
Yeah, and your point earlier too, Ann, that I think a lot has changed in grading and homework practices, even within our secondary staff over the last 5 years. It just hasn't changed for everybody, to Suzanne's earlier point. Then those that aren't, it's just putting more light on that situation. So truthfully, probably 75% of our teachers are doing what you all would want them to do. So now it's like, how do we get to this last 25%?
Right.
And a policy change is one of the ways to do that.
I think you set a standard.
Yeah, we need to set a standard. And I think, we also have to have a system in place for them to be able to do that. And I think there still is some freedom around that. So I think one of the examples I gave maybe a year ago now or that I got from annual conference was someone was talking about if you had a student that had an 80, 80, 80, 80, and 80 over 5 grades. We know what that is. That's a B minus. You got 80% on 5 assignments. If you have a 79% on all 5 of those assignments, what do you get? Now it's a C plus. So right there, you're like, okay, that's the power that a teacher could still make an assessment and go, a 79 across the board and an 80 across the board. It's kind of what we were talking about yesterday. What were those standard deviations when they were really scoring? Why are they different? So, you know, a teacher does have a freedom to go, that's close enough. I can give the student a B or a B minus instead of a C plus. What's it going to do? It will, because that could change their opportunities, what colleges they go into. The other concept is looking at what if a student goes 59, 69, 79, 89, 99? Well, their average still ends up being a C plus. Yet they're showing over time like, hey, it took me a while, but now I've caught up. And there's no reason that teacher can't take a look. So when we talk about equitable grading practices and what are the end results is them being able to have the freedom to really look at what is this grade trying to tell me and what has the student shown me? And then if you go, let's say they started at 99, 89, 79, 69, 59, they're still going to get a C plus, but clearly they have disengaged and they have lost the ability and they're no longer meeting standard. And yet the teacher would still go, well, the math is the math. There's your 79. And so it is an idea of, I would be interested in a listening tour of teachers to tell me, what are your thoughts about this?
Mm-hmm.
And yes, you know what? It is really easy to not do anything and let a student fail. That's the easiest thing you can do. And so yes, what we're doing and asking might be harder to do than doing nothing at all.
I do think soliciting and getting teacher voice in your discussion will be important, and it will go a long way towards making it, you know, a policy. If a policy is adopted, making it a policy that people actually lean into and embrace as well, not just a policy that is implemented through forcing mechanisms, if you will.
Yeah.
And that's the piece I was going to go back to, because I think the opportunity is to go back to the conversation we were having yesterday about how do we engage differently to bring people into the discussion. So I think what I don't want to do is take that standard board meeting discussion, hash it out. That's how people will know. I think this is, you know, if this is what's teed up, we have to have some way of saying, here's the big next 3 questions that the board is working on. And here's what that engagement model looks like. I think we have to take the opportunity to flex our new muscles we want to develop.
Yeah, and you know, back to Ron's point, because I go back and forth on what I think is going to happen here, but I do remember back when we wanted teachers posting to Family Access or Basmati or whatever it was in real time, and like 80% of them are like, great, yeah, I can do that. It's helpful to me. It's helpful to you. I get it. I'm fine with it. We had to bargain the last 20% to get them there.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know.
So Marnie, I don't know if you're watching the time. It is 3:30 now. We have a breakout room set up for our exec session. So
Okay.
would you like us to head into there now? And
Absolutely. So I'm calling this meeting is going to go into executive session for the purpose of, oh, everything switched on me. Pursuant to RCW 42.30.140 relating to collective bargaining. So now I got to figure out how to get back to my breakout room. Okay, Natalie, you'll have to select to go into the breakout room.
This is Diane Ganberry, Executive Assistant to Superintendent Thiele, extending the executive session to 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, we have ended our executive session and we are now moving back into our board retreat. And from here, I'm going to adjourn our board retreat. It is 5:01 and it has been a long 2 days. So thank you for those of you watching on the YouTubes. Like and subscribe. Hope you come back to our board meetings on and making that available. And I call this meeting adjourned.